What's up, what's up? Hey. What's up, Seabrooks? Morning. Afternoon. Morning. Welcome. I am AntiTarheel. And it's time to keep building New Wagers Bay. We are going to work in Middle Hill today, but first we're going to watch the sunset on Bridgeland again because I had such a good time with it yesterday. Well, I kind of eased into the day. Woke up super early this morning. It was like 6 a.m. Watched Teddy stream. Then I watched the Paradox stream and watched Cuboid's lovely build. Once again, congratulations to Cuboid. And also, again, thank you for being a moderator for the channel this far. Really appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're here, lurking. I wasn't sure if you were here yet. No, it was wonderful. It was fun to witness what surely must have been an awkward moment. It was fun. He's always here. Oh, I can't wait till downtown's built. That's going to be a lovely view. We have a ways to go before that. Man, that sunset's good. Glad I took the time to adjust that in the theme mixer. I believe it was. Maybe that was in the map. I can't remember. The original one, it didn't quite set that way. It set the other way for some reason, which I think often happens in, or used to happen in Terrain Party, I had heard. I'm not sure. Anyway, I loved Cuboid's build. It was amazing. It really gave me the feel of like, I was trying to think in particular what it was that I had watched that had that feel, but it was one of the like the pre-D-Day documentaries that I watched about when Hitler was bombing England, the RAF. And I'm sure it had, since it was American, I'm sure it had like, some remnants of the few Yankees who went over there and fought beforehand as well. But anyway, it really gave me that feel, so I really loved it. And I too would love to see the harbor in its greatness, if ever it comes in. Alright, let's get out of here and look at the lovely bugs that cause me to notice the workers every time. We're going to build some houses today, people. Oh, we have a super... Okay, what's going on here now? Is this because I've done something with the play it? Yes. Interesting. So play it also controls the speed of the scroll. Excuse me. Yes, it does. Interesting. That's good to know. Alright. Let's get back over here. Yesterday we built some ferries and did nothing much in a little 4-hour stream. Except for add a ferry dock here, which I really loved. Like the piers, we hid the pier, we added the bridges there because the people were walking into nothingness, because this is a, I don't know, it was like a, I think it said like bridgeless or, whatever, peerless ferry stop for canals, but yet they walked through the fence, which was triggering enough, but to have them walk into dead air was too much for me, so I took some vanilla cement path, or vanilla gravel path pillars and stacked them up there. A couple of McWelshman's dock props on the top. And then we hid a nature reserve fishing cabin inside to give us some people fishing on the other dock over here. And the little couple, or the mother and child sitting there. And then we put in the steps. It's pretty simple, and some gravel decals. And we came, before that, we put in the one at the end of the line. Hey, Stretchy Beard, morning. Morning, morning. And we put in the one at the end of the line that had a little more jungle around it. More overgrown. People are using it too, it looks like. Nice. Kind of the same concept with the piers. No fishing pier here though, although that would be a nice touch. Honestly, the other one would probably sit right there. Let's see. How about it? And we'll get to building the houses. Looking like a good distraction first thing. So we come into nature reserve. I think we could go with like this one in here maybe. Oh, we need to get our anarchy on and our collision off. And the road bending off. The 3 things I do every day. Then we're going to drop that guy on there. And since he would be in the middle of ferry route, we'll turn him sideways. He should still have access. And maybe we can get him like... path. There, get out of there. Another one right there. That one. Yep. How's everybody doing today? Having a good relaxing morning? Let's turn on the marquee tool, turn off buildings. Am I saying that wrong too? Nice. Nice, Seabrooks. There we go. That's what I wanted, a little path in. Alright, tell me we're fine on road connection once I reset you, please. Yep. Now are we straight? Could go out a little bit since that is, yeah. Get straight with that. Yeah, I'm not paying for Pro. I'm not paying for Pro. Okay, that's good. That'll work. Yeah. Maybe one more of those. Right up in there. Yep. Yep. Make sure it shows through the top. What's that? There's still one over there. At least. There he is. There we go. There we go. That's better. I don't know where they think they're fishing. So I should make them a little hole, maybe. Let's see. Where is that stuff? It is in here. No, it is in here. Fences. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? Everybody had a good morning, I hope. And is getting on with their day in some way. Find it sometimes. I can never find it other times. Sometimes I just can't see it. I need to like tag it, favorite or something. There it is, right there. Wherever I thought it was. Okay, let's turn off all the snapping. Network, and we're going to move it down because it's ridiculous. Turn off that building to get the other side. Oh, no, not that. Off the trees as well. Fishing hole, which is going to require us taking out a little bit of shrubbery. That's pretty good. It needs another one of those, though, if we're doing that. Maybe two. Maybe we move those down, make them a little murky. Props off, get that one tree. There's the one I'm looking for, right? That's the big one, yeah. Just a little too far for me now. Okay, that works. Old tricks, best tricks. Alright. Back over here. We need houses. Houses, 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 which means we need the spine of a town. Houses here. School, park. Some kind of post office. You know, the usual. Probably putting. Are we at the same level here? What's the level like? I forget where we were yesterday, where we left this. Okay, we're at a very good level here. We can have gas stations in between. Let's do it. All that kind of stuff. So, we build the houses. Let's see, we can wait on that. Let's build the houses here. We need to get the school in. I think we're going to use the bigger of the vanilla schools in this location. Maybe. Yeah, that'll work. We're going to put it on a corner. Okay, that works for me so far. Then we need a library. We need a church. This one would work, perhaps. It's a little, how do I say? The library's too small again. We might just use a library cube here. Okay, we need an elementary as well. What else? We use that one, we use that one. Those are universities. We're not using the tech one here. What's this guy? Public school. That's way too modern for this location. Banting. Could work. Ooh. We need to do some, I guess I ran so many cinematics that I ran my budget almost out. It's about to be bankruptcy time. Let's go over here and do something about that. Glad I noticed. Please prepare yourself for loud noises. Government loan time. The Nuclear Valley government loan. Hey, thank you very much. Real Dexy, thanks for following. Please, I hope my destruction right now is not disturbing you. Shall be over momentarily. Thank you. Welcome in. New to the channel. I am AntiTarheel, and I play City Skylines about 5 days a week. For long periods of the day. And we are building New Wagers Bay, which is a Pacific Northwest community. Sorry. You wrong time, huh? I thought I had done that offline actually, and I guess I didn't save it. Anyway. All right, back to. Thank you for coming in. Is this your first time in the channel? Welcome in. Happy to have you. Thank you for the first time chat and follow. We appreciate it. Helping us towards that goal. We've been building New Wagers Bay for what, 6 weeks now, 5 weeks on stream. We're trying to finish up the back section of the map here, this little community here, and a little bit up here on the road. Possibly over here this week before moving into the back section of the map on this side. We're going to finish up down here, probably starting first or second week of next month, I think. And then we'll have a new city in June that's a tropical city. So it should be a lot of fun. So welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Hey. Teddy, welcome in. Thank you, founder. Welcome. And the shout out is working. Yay! Happy. Looks like it might be sized a little wrong or something though. I'm not sure. All right, Firebot's playing well today. I enjoyed the new VTuber Teddy this morning. No, I did it right after. I realized I hadn't. Hey, Lone Bear speaks up. Thank you. All right. I'm working on some new cinematics. I could use maybe some advice from some of you guys that have done cinematics before. Do I record the cinematics in the cinematic camera mod at the high FPS but the lowest speed possible and then speed it up in post? Oh. No, I have the play it. I was trying it this morning, and I guess maybe I'm just using the wrong editing software because it looked like in Windows Media Player, I was trying to preview it to see what the difference was, but in Windows Media Player, I could only speed it up so fast, and it was actually looking laggier at the slower speed that I recorded it, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I was confused. But welcome in. I'll have to jump in. Wait. What's going on? All right. I missed something. But that's okay. I tend to miss things. Let's see here. I think that road can be replaced probably with a 3-lane. I should have just replaced it instead of deleted it. Let's go that way and flip it. Maybe we flip that, although I hate that because it makes the lights go on the wrong side. Adobe Premiere and Adobe Premiere Effects. Okay. I will definitely let me copy that. Copy. Put on my little spreadsheet here. Okay, cool. Got it. Okay, sorry for the delay. Anyway, we're trying to build the community back here in the hills to finish up the spine of the map so we can then move on to the other side and get to downtown in a couple weeks and keep my timetable for what's going on. So we got to get to building them. We might be here a while today at the rate that I built. So we are going to let's just come over there. Say to here. Nope, and that's the wrong way, of course. I should have known that when I drew it. Here's my road guideline. There we go. Get those street lights on the right side. get that. Which way is this going to draw? OCD won't allow it. There we go. Alright. Park. We need a park. We need sports fields for this high school. This is a decent sized high school. So we're going to need to put on our at least 2 of the 3 sports fields, I would think. Being this the Pacific Northwest and all. Let's see here. Where are they? Did I pass them already? Of course I did. There they are. Alright, so we need to get a football team, and it can't be, I think, the Colts or Bridgeland, and I think the Tigers will work, so Middle Hill Tigers it is. Alright, then let's go with, which one's going to fit where? Soccer by the street, no, baseball with, oh, that's not going to work, is it? Let's see. Baseball should have the stands at the corner and the outfield facing that way. Yes. Maybe soccer goes beside that. Okay, 3 fields. We need a basketball court. Gotta make it feel like a school. Let's see. Basketball court maybe there. About a no worries, no worries. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate the help. I will I'll pop on your Discord or something and get some help one of these nights. I'm sorting everything slowly but surely. The bomb counter should be working though. I just said it, so that's your opportunity to try it. Maybe we're gonna have a playground in here too. Maybe something like that. It looks more like a lunch counter. That's got to be the other way, doesn't it? Should work. And what else? Some other kind of, I think the library or something should be there, or a parking lot. It is a high school. Maybe the parking would be more back by the fields though. Let's see. Figure out what we want to use. That one's got a fence on it, I think, right? Yeah, that one's not the one. Just a nice flat one. Probably just going to go with one of the crazy glue it parking lots. Wherever they are, oh, they're in like the... Are they in the bottom? No, they're... Oh, I could go with one of these ones maybe. No, too big. Too big. So let's go to the roads tab. I believe those are in like somewhere in maintenance, maybe. Nope, they're in. Where are they? I can't remember. All right, we'll just use find it. Oh, they might be in parks under a different tab, actually. Possible parking. So how big was that? It was probably 6x6 or something. Nope. Is that 6x3? So it's 5x3. Do I have a 5 by anything? I have a 5x7. 5 5x4. Put it that way. That'll work, and we'll do a path between it. Alright. Let's come over here. No. Maybe I want the... second guessing myself already. I want the parking back here. I want all the illicit things that go on in the school parking lot to be able to happen. So I need like 8x7, 7x4, 10x6, 8x5. 10x6 could work. The biggest I've got, 2x10, 4x10. That way. 8x5. Didn't I have 5x8? Yes or no? No. 4x8. That should work. Gated. Gated. Plenty of parking for the school and the football games. Let's get that guy over here. We may even go one more parking, but probably not. Let's go up. Let's get a road here. We want fence line and then a road. Those lights on the right side of the road. I'm not sure what we're going to do in that area yet, but we're going to do something. Maybe bathroom and okay, so that's going to leave us there. Now I need to get some housing in on this side to make this big school worth it. So let's grab up here. I wonder how steep that's going to be. That's probably going to be too steep. Stop that halfway. That one way. Yeah. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I think we're good. Right guideline, you keep that grid straight. All right, this one I want probably 2 spaces. Stay off that road guideline this time. Get the grid. I think I need to go that way, right? Yeah. So that's that grid. Yep. Okay. Keep the frontage road look as long as possible. Maybe we should bring that down first. Match it. There we go. That's not the right angle. Looks awful. angle. That works, except for it's on the wrong side of the road, of course. Okay, now we're good. If you're new to the channel, I do like the street lamps on a continuous flow of the road, so that when you light it up at night, it looks nice and even. Something like this. That road's on the wrong side. All the other roads in town go the other way. There we go. Alright, so we're starting to get our spine of that town. Let's see, we should come out this way. Right, I think we have to go the other way. Nope, wrong. Ooh, that's an ugly node. There's two right next to each other. Network multi-tool, we'll take one of those away. Thank you for your service. Alright, I'm going to connect right there, otherwise there's no reason to have a 4-lane road. Maybe we'll do the other side, yeah. Alternate a bit. Or we could, yeah, let's get rid of that, and that. We'll bring this one in. Yeah, we'll bring that one out. Alternate the roads. We have T intersections, which would be good, nice and healthy. It's going to be too close either way, so we'll come down to here. We'll make a large park or something. Maybe we'll just have a foot connection there. I'm not sure. Maybe we will have a road. Not what I wanted. Stay straight, please. Thank you. Remove that node. Okay, but now we're going the wrong way, so we need to redraw it. Now we have our node in. We at least know where it's supposed to go. All right. There we go. Now let's slope that a little bit. Say from there to there. I'm sure that'll be enough. Yeah, 3.9 is fine. Let's go check what it is up there on top of that hill. I have a bad feeling. Although there are some steep areas in Oregon and Washington up on the top of the hills. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, that's not happening. So we're going to do a little terraforming there. Are we okay here at least? Let's see. No. Okay, so both those need to come down just a little bit. That one needs to come down. Let's try it now. Still 7. Wow. Okay. A little further. Shooting for about 6, 6.5. Yeah, there we go. You live with that. I can live with that. Remove some trees. See how bad this is going to be. Thank you, Real Dexy, for coming by. Thank you, thank you. Hope to see you again. Thank you for coming by and the follow. Appreciate it so much. Let's see. We're going to have to go down a good bit on both those. That'll be. What do you think that'll be? Ooh, still 10.5. What is it this way, I wonder? I'm going to leave it at 10.5. I think we're going to have a steep road in town. All right, there we go. Let's see here. Yeah, definitely slope those. Definitely slope the middle tee. Let's see if I can get a little room for some houses up there at least. Okay, that looks a little suspicious to me. Should be okay there, maybe. Let's see. That's probably steep too, but should be okay. Let's see what we want to do here. I want those two flat. These guys got to be sloped. Is he going to slope them? That's what I thought. How do I do that? Main slope direction manually. Okay. Never done this before. Okay, is that telling me which one? That's what added, right? No. Auto. Let's put it on auto. No, okay, so that's new. I haven't seen that before either. Interesting. I haven't noticed it before. I don't even know what it means. No markings. Markings, I'm guessing. Okay, so it didn't add anything, so I have no idea how to wait. Hold Alt to change main slope direction. There we go. Okay, and then change the desired main slope direction. Uh-huh. Okay. Understood. Learn something new every day. slope. That one did it right. And that one's fine going that way because it's only one downhill. That one's fine being flat. Yeah, that one's fine being flat. That one's fine. This could probably be sloped, maybe, if it allows it. Yeah. And the other curve. Alright, I think that's pretty clean. Maybe that one should be sloped the other way. I don't know if it'll let me since it's T intersection. We'll see. I guess I could do that. Okay. Understood. Interesting. All right. Let's see here. What can we do here? We need a service road. That. That's fine. Okay, so that means houses here can be how big we got? 3s. So probably want to make them 2s. Nice. I'm glad you learned that too. It's pretty neat. Okay. College. By 2. So we're going to use these same houses we've been using everywhere. Let's go one there. Tree right over that chimney. Let's do that. Okay, that's one easy block. Here we actually have bigger blocks, so I think we should split them. Let's see, what would that give us? That would give us 1. Let's see. That's less. I think that's about it. About there. And then I need another. Quite even right now. So I should just take this one out. Do something like. We just leave that in. Maybe we bring this down. Not so big. Did it the wrong way. Always. It's fine. It's fine. Not straight though. Let's go. Little movements. for a road down on this corner, so maybe we should start up there. Let's see here. Oop. Wrong screen. Hope I didn't click anything over there. Okay, good. Gotta get a hold of that thing. So, no houses there by the football field. These would be 3x3s, maybe. Let's look at what all we have 3x3s. Maybe a row of these like townhousey looking ones. Yeah, let's do some of those. Put something else on the corner though. Let's see. Some placement there. Trees in the right places at least. We'll go with this guy here on the corner. Slide all three of those down. Look at that maybe. Let's get one nicer one maybe. I think there's one with a pool in there. That one probably has the pool. Yeah. That house needs to get turned and raised. Hopefully it won't mess up the ground by the other house. Let's see. Yeah, it does. So we're going to use smaller houses here then. We'll go with the 2s. That one's always a good one. Doesn't raise much ground. And we can probably go with the, no, we'll have to say 2s again. Is there a 3x2? No, there's not. So we'll just space them out a little bit. Oh, what is that flicker? Wow, that was crazy looking. Did not enjoy that. Now we need 2x3s again. Go with one of those on the corner, maybe. Snap the other way for me. You. And I guess another one of these guys. That's the same one right next door. Best to have them in this order. There we go. For the trees. Actually, this one should be there. Yes. Okay. We live on. Let's line these up now. There we go. Reset them probably too. So we just moved them all. Make sure that all the Sims don't float through the air trying to find houses that aren't in those spaces anymore. I don't know that that's why that happens, but you never know. Okay, that hill is going to need some attention eventually. No problem. We got that. And okay, that's 2 houses. Let's get our 2 blocks. Let's get this block in. Behind the school would be also pretty larger. Some of those, maybe. Okay. Put another one up. Okay, let's see. Let's put that in there. Put that way. Drop another one of. Damn it. I hope everybody's doing okay today that's here to join us. I appreciate y'all coming in. And joining us for City Skylines today. Let's see here. So that one's going to move over there. I think that I have room for one more. No, maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, that's good right there. Let's reset those. I think we could just do the same up here maybe. And I think maybe even up here we could use the 4s if there are already. There's only 2 anyway. Probably best to stick with the 3s. And those should go in a different neighborhood. Then we will put those on the ends. Move that one over. That works for me. Except for that one, it's way too high, so it probably needs to come in so it's not stressed out on the corner there. Let's try that. Let's get them all the right height. So far. I want this town to be super wealthy, so I'm trying not to use bungalow mans. I'm going to keep it kind of vanilla and drab. A little college housing, I think. Maybe a little European suburbia on the other side of the street. Just kind of keep it simple here. Simple, simple. So let's see, we're going to go with some of these on this side of the street. goes up the hill, grudgingly. I guess I'm going to have to build these somewhere else and move them over there, which is going to be unfortunate. So, let's go with that one on the bottom, yeah, and then that one there. Switch that one with that one. Holding Alt. Oop. Getting onto my other screen. Let's move over first. How about that? Hold Alt. Gosh, seriously. There we go. Butterfingers. Okay, we're gonna raise them to this height because that'll get the slope close, I think. Then we will bring all four down together. I think that'll be our best way to get these to look right. Maybe not. Looks like we're a little off on the top already. That one facing sideways, or switch it out with one that doesn't have a driveway like that. That makes it very awkward looking. They all have driveways like that. No, that one doesn't. Better. Should be able to get two 2x2 or two 2x3s in here as well between them. I think we'll just do one that has a driveway, right? That's flat, so why wouldn't we? Here, let's do one of these guys that doesn't have a driveway, because the backyards will get all sideways on the hill. Block, scooting right along. Pause, let some people start moving in so we don't have huge death waves later. Bottom row, we will have Alright, easy enough. On the top, so do the boarding houses again, the ones that are like the bigger ones. And those on each corner, maybe. Do two 2x2s on the side. That one, I want one that doesn't happen. That looks a little different, so we'll use that one. Here, we'll use that one. Backwards, backwards, the other way. there, so we get the trees on the slope, and this one there where we don't. Easy peasy. Just trying to keep it simple today. We got a lot of ground to cover. This isn't going to be a high detailed area. This is filler. Need people. People. Right? People. We need the people. I'm going to keep him away from the highway, so I'm not going to scoot him up. That would be bad. So these are going to have to be 2x2s on the edge. Otherwise, they're going to complain. He probably will still get sick. So let's move him on over, and we'll put a playground there anyway, so the kids will just get sick instead, because, I mean, that makes sense, right? Tree. There we go. Easy enough. Okay, no houses there, houses here probably, and those might be these kind again. Hey, we're up to 385 students now. Whoa, is the top of that house missing, or is that just me? So have I just never noticed that that one doesn't have a top layer? I've never noticed. That's funny. No wonder it's not with the other two. I always just assumed they were the same. Okay. And 3 and 4. Repetitive. They built them all at the same time. It's okay. Okay, and then here by the school again. Okay, those are gonna have to be smaller. Those can be 3x3s again. So let's put a repetitive block of this in. Maybe we'll go 3 that way, and they can be different. Maybe. Let's see here. Boom. Let's go with one more of those. Backyards. There's me. So that one. We go. That. Then that guy. I think I can get one more in if I did. I can do a 2x2, whatever. 2. That way I can alternate what kind of house it is a little bit too. Go with those. Okay, we could put another. Which way am I going to want to go here? Probably. I guess just one decent sized house. I dropped the second one. About there, I think. Yeah, okay. If I make that smaller. one without trees. Hey Harris, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. How's your day today? Paperwork, got to be done. Always got to be done. I don't like that because it's the same as the one on the other corner. That works. Paperwork's paperwork, right? Ugh. Because that one would be in the house if I did that. No, let me go back to the 2x2. I don't like that. It's sticking out extra in the back like that. No, it's the same as the one next door. So what don't I have? I don't have that one. Yeah. All right, this side of the street I think will be again with these guys. Okay, and then I think we'll have a parking lot on this side or something there that's 2 by, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10? 10 by 2. Let's look. Bam. Okay. I have to put a path there. We can do something there as well. Corner's good. Put a path between those corners. We got this street area. Let's go up here and do this other block and the back road and see if we can get any. If we were going to go any higher into the hill, I'm doubting it though at this point. I'm going to be moving into a dormitory at university with 7 other people after all, and although it's going to help financially, you are terrified. Yeah, I could see that. That'd be terrifying. Stretchy Beard hasn't done his taxes. Stretchy Beard, I filed for the extension, brother. File for that extension. Just keep filing. Keep filing those extensions. I'm not exactly sure where Cruft is. I know that last night he was making, working on the billboard project for me when I was streaming. He was up super early this morning when I was up. So he may have finally crashed out, or he may be off on with his day. I'm sure he'll be along sometime today to try to bully you or make you feel at home. Okay, what are we going to do here? Something like this, I guess. Same thing. Okay. And then we could go with... No, I'm going to hate that, aren't I? Let's see. Yeah, I already hate it. Cannot be there, my friend. 2x3 has a better variety. Gruff's been off in Blender school trying to learn how to make billboard assets for me, which would be awesome. All right, how bad is the hill? How bad is the hill, really? It's not awful. Let's see if it smooths at all. Might use 2x2s then. I think I'm gonna put a 2x2 on the corner there too, so it digs in less. That one the other way. Move those in, like about there. About there, I think. Okay. Now we can get a little repetitive here. Let's see. We're gonna do something like that, and that, and that. And we'll line them up. Porches, make sure we're all still walkable. Yes, we're all still good. Okay, now can we do anything more with the hill? Not really. All right, maybe these guys need to be 2s as well. How about we just grab those? A little better. Still the back terrain height. Okay, we'll do them by hand. It's getting really windy outside, huh? Crazy. I live on a hill, and where I am, it is just whipping right over the hill. 3s for the surrounding. Back to the 2x2s again. Boring, boring. Let's see here. Let's try to space these out appropriately. How about that? Thank you. I've got something in the middle there, don't I? What have I grabbed? Just houses then. How about that? Nope, that didn't work either. Let's see. Undo those two. Because they are different size and it twisted them all. Porches, I think we're good. Yes, all good. All right. What's coming next? Not those though. Trees in the side yards real quick. Power through the neighborhoods. Can I just get him here to time you out? I'm sure Q-Boy would time you out if he's around still, but he might be lurking in Moose's stream instead. Which I would understand. Or if Lone Bear is still lurking, but he also might be lurking in Moose's stream, I'm not sure. As well. I'm sure he would time you out. Either way, I'm going to be sure to tell Cruft that you missed him. Or perhaps just being timed out. No. No, not going back to Streamlabs. Bot's working. Firebot's working. Should be. No, I'm not going back to Streamlabs. I mean, you still have to use them to use, you know, the alert boxes and stuff, some of them, but I'm not like using Streamlabs streaming software anymore at all. But yeah, the bob counter should be working and everything, so. Unless I didn't refresh or something this morning, but I think I did. Yep, there you go. I think you should be able to type commands in the chat for a list of commands. I'm not sure. I think so, but I'm not sure. Honestly. I'm not sure if that one's set up right, because I don't know if that one maybe takes a couple extra steps. So I don't know if it imported right, I guess, until somebody tries. And I mean, I guess there's a way to redeem channel points if it didn't work, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'd rather wait till somebody was around. Couple hours maybe. He's lobbying for a timeout, man. Imagine. Autosave. I don't know if that's automatic or if a mod would have to do it, honestly. Because I don't know that we set anything up to do it automatic, so I would assume a mod would have to be here to do it, unfortunately, or I would have to do it. Someone redeemed it, probably. We're going to have a park here, that's right. gravel path. Where are you, node? There you are. Spun that a little too fast. Okay, then we need a path here as well, probably. There to the parking lot. Lot in. Okay, that's fine. Might as well make it have something out here as well. All right. Let's make those bigger. How about that? Let's make those the 3s maybe. That one can have. What do I want to do here? Maybe I have something else there. Maybe that's where the library goes. Okay, and then we can make these houses a little bigger then. That. We'll have a fence line. Or a hedge line, maybe. That's too tall for here. 8.5.25. That would work. But maybe not when I got down there. Let's just go with the fence. Good old privacy fence. get a little privacy here. Association would not be happy with how close that grill is. If there was a homeowners association, of course. The Middle Hill NIMBYs. Guy down a little bit. Where do I want it? Oh, that's a front yard. Okay, that's good. I like that. Big fan of that house right there, but I think I'll get over it. Okay. So they're gonna need some trees. It's not timing you out? Yeah. I'll get you your points back, C. Brooks. I'll figure that out tonight. I probably have to do it myself since there's no mod around. I doubt Firebot's doing that on its own. Not without some kind of complex 5-step setup. Sure you'll just win those. You're a gambling Gamba fiend anyway. It was all a trick. He just wanted you to waste the points. See, Brooks, is it really windy where you are? It is really windy here. Oh, Cuboid got him. Cuboid made it worthwhile. That's what he wanted, Cuboid. He wanted to be timed out. Thank you very much. I know you're busy. I know there's stuff going on. Thank you. And you got what you wanted, Harris, which was to be timed out. Maybe there's an earthquake or something. My rave one keeps not getting approved. I don't know what's going on with it. I think in another few days or whatever, then I'll get the automatic emote uploads and it won't matter. I hope so. Yeah, I was kind of afraid the shaking one might like cause some kind of panic attack or something, but you never know. We did get the extra animated emote though, which was nice thanks to Dan's gift last night again. Whether he was just joshing about it being a mistake or, mistake or not, I'm not sure. But I thank him. Now I have to go return the favor over in his channel, for sure. Okay, we got that. Let's see, we need another one of those probably. Here to the path is a door, right? But you can't really tell if that's a door, can you? Wait, there's a what? What? That's weird. I'll have to look at that. Something weird there. Okay, so plenty of parking. I guess we can just get away with a few more trees here. A few more in the middle here, probably. Let's see, he wants another tree back there, I think. A couple different types here. One over there. Well, we might put a park or something there. Let's see. A couple here. Hill, right? Ugh. Should we do the same thing we did there with the other ones? No, I'm not going to do it. So let's do the brush then. And do the scrubs on the hill. Then the trees afterwards. A few to move around. Okay. Now let's figure out what's going where. Yeah, we had one with the rainbow colors, and it was the old logo, and I tried to get the new logo approved, and it was taking forever, so I thought it was because it was too close to the old logo, so I got rid of the old logo one, and the new logo one still hasn't been approved, and I tried putting in another new logo one with a different name to see if it was the name thing. And that's not getting approved either, so I'm not really sure at this point what the problem. But Lone Bear also has an emote that he put in the same day that has not been approved yet either. So maybe they are just way behind on the emote approval department or whatever. And I'm just overthinking it. But yes, that one is missing. So I put those other two in, which got approved right away. Instantly, which is what makes it so strange. The same thing was happening with Lone Bears, where he was getting, being forced to wait for one and not the others for some reason, without any rhyme or particularly good reason, I think. Hey, you and Minnie, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us. I am AntiTarheel. We are building New Wagers Bay, which is a Pacific Northwest themed community set in Oregon and Washington. Appreciate you being here. I'm doing well. Nice slow Tuesday. I'm starting to get hungry. At some point I'm gonna have to fix myself a sandwich, but I'm gonna be here a while. I've got We need to get some residential in this house, in this city. Got all these jobs to fill. It's been making me nervous. First, I got to get all these trees in place. Thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it. Thought about doing a different stream time today. I think tomorrow we may. I'm not sure. I'm still playing with the stream time, trying to figure out what's going to be best. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's a difficult choice to make. Okay. These off the roads here. Go. For some reason you always spawn. You're like there's always that one tree, no matter what it is, that spawns way too much. House, a tree in that house there too, right? Yeah. Nothing in there, nothing in there. That one's kind of in there. That one's in there. Trying to find the right time slot, guys. I don't really know. Night didn't really work out, I don't think. That's for sure. I mean, it's only a couple weeks, but we're trying to grow the channel. It seems counterproductive to stream at night, if you know what I'm saying. Maybe I'm just wrong. That's what the numbers say so far, right? Let's see here. Okay. I think that block's good. This block's probably good, except for it needs like maybe one or two more trees. Let's see here. Yeah, it's about to storm here too. Hopefully nothing happens with the power. I should probably do a little autosave to make sure. That would probably be smart. For those of you that don't know, Seabrooks lives right down the road from me, I guess. You have determined that much. There we go. There's some big trees. Give me a decent tree. There we go. That's what I wanted. Some here. That density up a little bit. Okay. You're bothering me again. There we go. Always wants to put down those certain trees. If you take it out, then it just finds another tree that it just overspawns. It's funny. No matter if you adjust it, I had them on 1%, it still did it to me. Maybe it's just my OCD that at one point, one tree is going to always get on my nerves. Good. Let's see, nobody's in anybody's house that I can see, right? That's clear, that's clear. Okay. Behind these houses here. Okay, let's use the other tree set there. How about trees? Yeah, the pollen was really giving me a hard time yesterday. Like after the end of that 4-hour stream, I had my, I usually sit here with my screen porch door open, so I can partake in glaucoma medicine if needed. Just kidding. Anyway. And the pollen was blowing in the back door, and it was driving me crazy. And by the end of last night, like I had to go to sleep early because I had a migraine. And being from the Pacific Northwest, that's one thing about North Carolina that does not suit me is the pollen, for sure. When I moved back out there to go to culinary school out west, it was funny because the 3 years I was out there, I didn't have any allergies either. It's like, maybe it's because I was born out here. Nature over nurture, or what, all that. Nature. Oh, we already have a fire over here, yeah. BC Skylines without a fire in a new neighborhood. Let's just add some tinder. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Alright, and I need something here that's like a park. Oop, wrong button. Let's go. What we got there? 1 by 6 or 7 looks like. Probably easier to just search it. 6 by 1 rather. 6 by 1. That'll work. Parking. More parking. No. Probably just do the same thing over here. Yep. Matches. I like it. Now what are we going to put here? 2 by 2. Yeah, that's going to be the bathroom. Show me that park bathroom. Where are you? No, you're in here. I don't want to go to the parks tab to get you. Oh, there you are. Hey, hey, what's up, Dan? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well, man. Hope today's going well. Come to enjoy some more colors. Let's put that there. Maybe we can get a little fence there. Oh, we already got a fence there. We don't need a fence there. Let's get just a couple trees. All right, let's see here. Another one of those, maybe. Stuff it in there. Oh, man. Oh, I'm doing good, man. I woke up really early this morning and watched all of Teddy's stream before watching Cuboid's cameo on the Paradox stream, which was awesome. So that made me really happy. And then I was just sitting here and I was playing with my cinematic camera mod and I started getting a little frustrated with it. And I was like, you know what? It's time to stop being frustrated and just get back to building. So we loaded up a little bit early today and just jumped right into it. We're going to see how long it takes me to get some people in this city, and I'm going to try to get this little back section done today so that we can move on to a different area of the map and have kind of this back spine taken care of, is my hope. So we shall see if I can accomplish it. It's probably a little bit lofty, but we're not going to go very detailed because it's not that kind of area. At least not for now. I might come back and detail some stuff later. As I tend to do. It's been a good day. I made myself some breakfast. Did my stuff. Alright, that's good there. That's enough hiding from there. Add in a few of those over here. Give that some different kinds of trees. Oh, wait. You're in the Carolinas too, huh? You and Minnie, you're in the Carolinas as well? Oh, you're in South Carolina. Okay, I used to live in Charleston, Isle of Palms. Well, you know, Mount Pleasant, Isle of Palms, and in Charleston for a little while. I used to run a restaurant down there on the Isle of Palms. Yeah, South Carolina is super hot especially if you're not near the coast, man. South Carolina and Georgia are like the new Florida. All North Carolina is becoming the new Florida as far as the humidity goes. Yeah, I hear you. I haven't visited anywhere either. That's why we're building a city somewhere far away, because I'm up in North Carolina as well, so... we're building the Pacific Northwest community because that's where I grew up, and I wanted to remind myself of it because I haven't gone anywhere in a long time. And so, you know, if you can't go anywhere in spirit, you might as well go in your mind, right? Or in, you can't go in body, rather. Might as well go in spirit, that's what I meant to say. Okay, so we need something there. Like I said, I think a post office or something like that. Garbage would work too. Let's see, post office. Let's do post office. And you know what? I've been meaning to do this several times. Let's go into Bob here and let's take off this industrial gate that for some reason doesn't have the rest of the fence with it, because it just looks weird with just the gate to me. And I've been noticing it in the other cities, in the other places we've used this post office. It's been bothering me, so I'm glad I finally got to handle that. And then we can just grab some of these trees here. Okay. All right, so we have our post office, and that's got to sit across from our main building in town, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think Myrtle's kind of lost a little bit of its charm, too. I mean, if it ever really had any, right? Like, I remember Myrtle as a kid, like, growing up in the 80s and 90s. It was always kind of the trashy beach in South Carolina, but that's always kind of what made it cool, too. Like, as, like, a teenager going down there, you know, like, you could always get into some trouble at Myrtle. Whereas Charleston was a little more touristy and classy, and, you know, you had to be on your better behavior. Hoping to find a school that kind of matches. No, that one's too fancy. Too big. Whoa. Whoa. It's a high school. So it's going to either have to be Brookside, which is fine, or it could be that. I thought there was another one that we found. This one. What's that one like? Maybe that one. It's not the same one I used in Bridgeland, is it? No, it would say used once, right? Maybe that's only find it. Let's see. Okay, so that's the one I used on the other side. Cedar Drive Junior Public School. Dang. Where's the high school I used, though? Better go check. Yep, that is the one I used. Okay. Not that one. I don't, since the pandemic, Minnie, once the pandemic started, it kind of like, you know, I'm a little older, so they stopped really kind of wanting to pay people my age probably to do that. They'd rather have, you know, younger people. I got offered a good job in Wilmington a few months back, and it was probably a really good opportunity, but I kind of take care, you know, I help take care of my mom these days, staying with her, make sure the bills get paid at the house in these trying times. So, anyway, that's the one I just put down, right? This is the other one, Cedar Drive. No, this one. So that's the one we're gonna have. But yeah, so I was going to take a job in Wilmington, and it was really nice. It was right on the water in Wilmington. It reminded me a lot of Charleston, actually. I don't think they want all the view facing the school, facing the baseball field, so we'll put it there. But yeah, it just wasn't right. I came home, I thought about it, and it just gave me nothing but anxiety, so I didn't want to do it. Especially north, in the South, you know how it is. Like restaurant employees, they aren't getting health insurance. They aren't, like it's not the safest time to be in the restaurant industry. I don't think, honestly. So I am just chilling and taking a few years off and seeing if I can do something with this maybe and play some games and getting too old to be in the restaurant every night. The last place I ran was in Charlotte for until 2 years ago. I was there for 8 years at the same restaurant, and 10 to 10 Monday through Saturday by myself as the general manager or whatever. So I'm a chef as well, but I don't cook for other people anymore in restaurants because I don't like going home smelling like that. I gave that up about 10 years ago. If it was my restaurant, I would cook in it, but I'm not cooking for somebody else's to make the profit. It's not worth it. Okay. All right, guys. I need to use the bathroom real quick. Hey, what's up, Nightmorts? Yeah, dude. I would do a food truck in the right place, but it would have to be like somewhere like Charleston where you could actually sell stuff. In North Carolina, you can't sell anything on a food truck except for like hot dogs. You can't even have meatball subs on a food truck. At least last time I checked. I wanted to do like a paninis and meatball subs and steak and cheeses and stuff down by the courthouse. I was like, oh, I'd kill it. And I looked into it and I was like, nope, can't do it. Fun. That's the way it is, though. Charleston, you could serve tacos and beer right on out of Palms, and nobody ever care. On Folly, at least. Okay, we're gonna do something like that. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I need to go fill up my water, and I'm gonna put it on the Be Right Back screen. While I do, so you guys can see some slides of some other places that we built. Let me save it first as well, just in case. We're actually making decent time. It's only 2:30, okay. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Give me a second, okay? All right, I'm here. All right, had to grab a little snack too. Gave out some Michael Jordan's tears for your time. Appreciate it. Seabrooks knows what it is. I'm not really that familiar with it, but I think so, yeah. What is going on with that? I think it's our pause at the time of day that's doing it. Yes, it is. Interesting. No, it's not. Okay. All right. It's lunchtime. Get a little lunch in. Should we take a little car ride while I'm eating my lunch, maybe? What do we want? What do we want? We want a train. Let's see what we got. Ferry. We can go through the... Let's make sure our movable bridge is working again. Still from last night, right? Should we take a ferry down to... I'll eat a little bit. Yeah, let's do that. Let's grab a ferry here. Grab this next ferry. Give us a chance to check out the route and make sure we're not hitting anything. I wish the smaller ferries worked better with the movable bridge mod, because I really do hate the big ferries, but Destiny requires a large ferry, I guess. I'm real happy with the prison. It had to grow on me a couple days. I really felt it was squeezed, but now I like it even more because it's squeezed. The one thing I think we're missing is fast food across the street of some sort by the truck stop. I'm not honestly sure what the cooldown is, Harris. I can't remember. It was a few days ago. I know we set it up because the first day that I allowed everybody to gamble, it went a little crazy, and I don't want the chat to be all gambling messages coming up on the YouTube videos and stuff. So as we have more people join the community, the cooldown will get shorter. But I'm not exactly sure what the cooldown is without looking it up right now. Seabrooks might be able to tell you. He might have figured that out already because he's gambling like crazy. Might be 90 seconds, or it might be longer than that. I can't remember. Or we can have a ferry traffic jam here as they both try to stop at the same station. That piece of segment needs some adjustment. I can tell that. Lone Bear told me about that. That was Lone Bear's channel, wasn't it? That you changed your name in and ended up losing a bunch of points. I think that was who told me that said that. Because he was warning someone else. Okay, lunch consumed. Coming around the corner to the bridge. All right, see you, Harris. Thanks for being here. Coming up on the bridge here. Make sure the bridge still opens properly. And I'll get back to building. Right now I gotta walk the dog real quick, you know. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I was just kidding. That Firebot, you know, he wants you to enter amounts, I guess. I guess you can't do all. Maybe I don't have it all set up. Still learning. Every day we fix something. The bob counter is working though, right? I just said bob again just so we could check. Bob counter works. I literally just said it so that you could check. Yep. There we go. Okay, bob counter works, gives the counter on the screen right and the little picture of Bob. Okay. Thank you, Croft. Wherever you are, you're hiding somewhere doing either sleeping or building me billboards. And I appreciate it. All right. Bridge is getting ready to open. There we go. All right, still working. Big ferries were the answer. Looks like we have a traffic problem at that intersection there. Something. Or maybe it's just the timed light working. Oh, as a truck floats by, thank you. You would have ruined my cinematic had I taken one. I appreciate that. Whatever. It works, he says. It works. Love that bridge mod. Can't wait till somebody builds me those Portland bridges and I can do the Portland project. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. It'll be so fun. That'll be when I use PO, if ever. Okay. All right, so that is good. Let's go back up here. Just checking in. You're pretty, so I just wanted to see you again before I head up into Vanilla Land. Vanilla Land is growing quickly. We need some trees back here. These guys would not like this at all. These fine folks, fine citizens of New Wagers Bay, Middle Hill in particular. Trees in between this block, don't we? Badly. Come on. There we go. Back at it. He plants trees. He plants trees. Go up the cement tree. Okay. About over here. What do we need over here? We need like 1 or 2 trees maybe. Let's see. Copy that one. Let's go bam there. You need one in your backyard. You also in your backyard. Okay, now let's find another tree. You. And let's get another one. I think you. Or filler pine, probably. Yep. No privacy, don't want any peeping toms. Oh, there's one inside that house, I see. Bye-bye. Alright, now I think that we could do something here. Let's see. This guy could have like a... What we got here? Like a drop-off? Yeah, like that. I like that idea. Get in here and get a 1U. We'll make it 1 lane, no parking. Move it. There to there and out. I just looked over at the screen thinking that, oh, I probably still have the overlay on and Seabrook's just yelling at me. But no, I actually got it this time, okay? Because we took a ferry ride, that's why. Too long. I need 6. That's 9. That would work. I've already changed the trees and everything. Nice. All right. Here, what is that? Is that the size of a parking kiddie park? Because that would be awesome. As the game tries to open the parks tab. All right, let's see. What do we have there now? That's much smaller. I need like a 3x3. All right, let's see here. Maybe this guy? Not in the middle of the road, though. Maybe. Oh. Well, do that. Okay, literally, that's like my only choice. What's this one? That one at least has a fence. Jeez. Say. Them kitties safe. I'm not a fan of that tree though. Weird looking. Looks like something out of a hobbit hole. That's why. I'm a big fan of the horn beams for that reason. Go with that big sprawly one. Yeah. That's a big tree. Fact, we're going to move this node a little bit to be like there. I'm going to put a little parking lot there so that you can park under that tree and have birds poop on your car. Or another basketball court maybe, but that would be much smaller than the other one. Enjoy the lurk, sir. Thank you for being here again. Appreciate it. Let's see here. That guy. And I would need like 2 more houses maybe, or I can put a dog park there on the corner maybe. It's gonna be too big unless I take out, let's see, take out 1 house maybe. That little tree in front though. Inside of a tree right there. Okay. And I would want something that was 1x4 or 4x1. What have we got? I could just use one of these. Yeah, that'd be easy. That's not 4 though, so I need 2x1 or 1x2. This will work. Mr. Miyagi's side yard. Thank you, sir. Okay, and then I need a 2x2 brush or something. That works just fine. Super easy. Okay. Added some land value with those parks. Now what are we going to do here? We need something here. Natural fit would be some parking for the teachers or something. Okay, so it's bigger than that. What is it? 2x4? 2x5. 5x2, probably. 5x2. Does that fit? Yep. There, and then I'll move the school. No, school's going that way, so that thing has got to come this way. There we go. Make sure we can get trees on over here. And we did, of course. Good here. Oh, sticking over. Buildings. So I can grab that little tree that I see right there. There we go. Okay. So high school's done. That's good. We can put some decals down. Let's see. How about we change the parking here? No parking. And then we get a, let's see, a school. I think it's a school on it. School. Yeah, there we go. So we want this guy. right where I want them. That might be too much, actually, to get two in there. Now I want a bus route, but I'll wait until it's all done to put that in. Okay, so we can go over here and get this side of the street done, right? We're gonna have any more branches off that way? Maybe. Could. Probably should. Is my light on? I forget already. Okay, good. That's the right way. That. Road to connect them, that's for sure. Okay, so then we would have one little dead end there, and then this guy can come around. Sure, that works. Obviously, this will have to be some scrubs because it's going to be steep, so we might as well take all the big trees off. Alright, let's try to make some space to build a row of houses. That'll do it. Up, up, up. Come on. That way. Yeah, that's what I wanted. So I want those, not the trees, but the nodes. Those at that height. And then I want to slope from there. There. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, and we'll soften that. Yeah. Nice. Okay, all but the one little spot worked pretty well, which is fine. May just have that road come to the other space instead. That would probably be a better choice. Work. That's a better choice. Now I can soften that up. Start to develop a little town in here. Okay. One second. All right, thanks guys. Get a few messages here. Other stuff going on. All right. So I need, in this little square up here across from the post office, I need to get some kind of city building that works. Or okay, let's try the unique buildings. Could just put a park, and then that would fit a bigger building. Let's see. We've already used that one once. Let's see. What do I want here? What's this one? Life or death? That would work. I could put it right there. Okay, maybe. Let's see what else we could go there. Church. This church can maybe go there. I think that'd be more on the main road. That would be why this road was here. Then we could go with the Fountain of Life or Death next to it. Yeah, why not? Too modern though, maybe. Yeah, it's too modern. Too modern. Like dead people. Plaza of the Dead, at least. I mean, that's kind of funny. No, not that one. People walking, those are so huge. I just can't bring myself to use those. So shameful. How about, we haven't used one of the big parks yet. No, that's still not, wait. Okay, maybe. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go, boom. Put that park in there. Did I use that park? I ended up using it over there, didn't I? I think I did use it over there, yeah. Yeah, I don't want those looking the same at night. In the night sky, zoom out. So maybe there's a different one. Use the playground to go with the church. It just doesn't work either. I could put a cemetery there, but then put the church into it, maybe. Let's see. Let's see if we can make this happen. Really don't want to spend time building a custom cemetery over here. So let's see. What if I did that? If I brought it back, I might even be able to hide it in this spire. The road right in front of the wall, maybe. Sure. Oh, it sticks out the front though if I do it that way. Okay, so what can I do there? Nothing. Awful. So much for that. What that other cemetery I got? Oh, I can use this little, I can put a crematorium there. Haven't used a crematorium yet. Funeral home. Haven't used the funeral home yet either. What's the funeral home look like? It's actually pretty nice. Get a little light colored. Let's see if I can change the color of it or not. Yes. Okay. A little less red, a little more gray. Yes. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Okay, so we have a crematorium. And we would have a the church would be here on this road with a big park around it. Funeral home, okay. This has a, for some reason, has a path through it already. Might as well continue it. Where do we go though with it? That's the question. Straight to the church. Maybe we want a cemetery out here too. Funeral home and cemetery with a church. Or maybe we want a death cooker. Decisions. Oh, I have another funeral home too. Nice. What do I want there? Maybe I want, what's across here? High school. How about, we need residential, but I want something that looks industrial. So what I'm thinking is, different color. We did those once before, but do them again. But rather not. Rather not. What else? Plans for that. That one will fit. Yeah, one of those. Maybe even two of those. That one's on its end. There's one that's on its side. That one is. We have a pull-in parking lot, and then another one right there. Yep, I like it. me up. Much bigger that I used there, huh? Which one did I use there? No, I must use this. What? Wait a minute. What is going on here? Is it a different one? No, it's that one. Okay, so I used that one because it was on the side. That one there, make them all the same. Need to do that. They live behind the funeral parlor. Not be a great place to live, right? Let's at least put a path with some trees through there. How about that? Nope. Too close. So maybe I'd pick some taller trees. Gonna look like crap because it's on a hill. Yeah, we're going gravel up here. No, can't even do a path, can we? Okay, so we're doing. What are we doing? We're doing invisible path, I guess. Grid, get the angle right. There to there. There to there. And here we'll go. Let me try this one. I haven't used this one yet. Oh, it's actually pretty. It's very pretty, actually. I like it. Except for that bump in the middle, doesn't like it, but okay, maybe we won't use it. Give it to vanilla. No, always approved vanilla. Okay, let's move it over. So it touches the concrete. Let's move these over. It's just a little hillside to decorate. We need another invisible path down here. That one needs to be straightened a little bit too, I think. Now, what to do here? I think that's flat. So honestly, what would probably be the best choice is to put in a one-sided parking network. Let's put in our one that still has the lights on it. Let's see what side the lights are on. Okay, good. They're on the right side. Stay on the right side. So we can then come in, and I think we're going to use. She's always the wrong way for me. We've got the wrong side of parking assets. Sometimes. Okay. This node down, maybe. Nope. Right about there. So that we can, hopefully, let's see which way is control to move the points. We're going to move that point over there. Move that point over there. Alt. Width is what I don't like, right? It's too wide. See, but now it's super small. I don't understand what I don't. Okay. Step maybe is what I'm not. Yeah, the step is what I don't like. That would work. Though. All right, let's move that point over. Put that point over. Here we will go. Oh, I'd have to move one of those over too, wouldn't I? Shoot. Okay, whatever. Good enough. So, let's see. Get it the same though. Let's see here. What did I have this on? copy. Pillars, copy. Pillars, paste. And then we would move right there, right? One more, come on. Close though. The grass, I wouldn't notice it. Maybe that's the problem. Those aren't the same. Maybe we will do grass. I can probably do that. I'll leave it like that. Yep, I like that. Okay, so then we'll have some shrubs there. You have two more of these apartments here, actually. Or they'd have to be the other kind, wouldn't they? Or they'd have to go this way. Or I could have a little road in. That would ruin that. No. You have houses above it, and there won't be any houses on that, or anything on that road. How about that? Separation between town and not town as well. So let us grab the building, mirror objects, to the segment, thank you, and scoot it over, yeah. That means I should move all those over. Curious. I would, however, leave room for something better there. Perhaps. Even leave room for the road if I wanted it. Decisions. They are, they're one of the older ones, I think. They are by 9 New, or whatever. Got a, I think it's a Korean name as well. Let's see. Maybe I can just copy it here. I've never... There, this one. Ah. Hopefully that works. Does that work? Link work, Dan? I'm bad with copying things. Sometimes I leave off numbers. You know, it might be a setting in one of the other mods that you have to enable to get this thing to come up, but if it has the little Steam thing under it, you just right-click on it. It says right-click to view this asset on Steam Workshop. Now, I don't know if that's because of something else I have installed, honestly. It might be a setting somewhere else. It might be a setting in Find It. Yeah, it's funny how many little things are in those kind of things that you just never know, right? Because I'm the same way. Okay, I think it's okay to have a bunch of stoplights here with the exception of maybe these couple. Let's see here. Let's go into... Here, we turn that one off. Turn that one off because it's a T. That one off. This one we'll leave on. That's a full four-way. We're going to leave that one on because that's awful. I already know that's going to be bad. I knew it would be bad. I didn't know it would be this bad. Right. I like to use the stop signs a lot because it slows down the traffic and keeps... I don't think I'm there, though. It actually makes you a better... And Dan, I don't know if you knew this. I've known so many people that didn't know this, but if you do the junctions and if you do the stop signs in the regular game, you actually get stop signs, whereas if you do them in Traffic Manager, you don't. So that's always nice too, but what was I saying? I learned from, I think it was the Spiffing Brit in the competitive City Skylines thing or whatever, that he like lowered all the speed limits and gave everything stop signs and had like 100% traffic. It was crazy. I was like, what? It's like, what kind of hack is that? Yeah, the TMP ones actually, if you watch, I think that unless they've updated it, and it's been so long since I've actually done the other ones, I don't really know, but the TMP ones, as far as I know, don't actually spawn the stop signs. So that might be another thing to check. I might be lying to everybody when I say that, but I know they used to not. But this way does. So if you want the realism when they, pull up to the stop sign, you get it with the stop sign, right? Because I was like, one day I was like, why don't I have stop signs? In all these videos I see stop signs. Is that guy actually like going around putting stop signs everywhere? It's like, there's no way, right? And no, he was not. We're gonna have a four-way by the school though. Yeah, I'm usually right between like 70 and 85. I'm kind of afraid to look what I am right now, honestly, with everybody just moving in at one time and that big movable bridge. I know that movable bridge is going to sink my traffic percentage, so I'm really not even looking. If that makes sense. Stop signs there and there. No, there. Make that a continuous flow. Stop signs there. Need a stop sign here. There, we're good there. Stop sign there. Flooding fishing pier, you're lying. Stop sign there. Stop sign there. We've got to add stop signs ever since that episode. Wow, we're gonna have a lot of stop signs there. Alright, there's our traffic light. We have dead bodies over here. It's a good thing we're putting in some mortuaries and stuff. Okay, we'll put stop signs there. And there. Yeah, I'm always surprised, like, you know, it's always the little things that, you know, that you don't know and that I don't know, and that, like, when I'm watching somebody else play, I'm like, you know, especially on YouTube, you're like screaming at it, like, how do you do that? You see somebody do something, you're like, how? How is he doing that? Not sure if I like that there. I think I want to do something else on this corner, maybe. Let's see. Maybe that's where like a grocery store should go. I'm gonna need one here. This community's got to have a grocery store. So let's import our healthy weeds that we've been using. Like I said, this is just 4 healthy weeds that is together. My millions of saved little things that I like to save. We'll import this healthy weeds and let us figure out how much can stay. I think that probably, let's see, half of it can stay, like a little half here. No, not even that half. It's got to be, wait, so I need the other entrance. So I need, there could be an entrance on that side, I guess. It'd be weird. No. Okay, so I need this piece gone. Yes, that piece. No. That piece gone. This piece gone. This one can come over. Have another variety of healthy weeds now. Okay, let's get that out of there. That sign just starting to peek out, so it's going to sit right there. Okay. Probably, I think this one needs a road connection if I remember correctly. So we probably need to swap actually this one and the one with the table, which would make more sense. Now there's a light we have to worry about. On that one. Okay, then that makes it easier. I'll just slide this forward. Develop that window. There we go. That fixes that problem. And then we will put that guy, like, say, in between there, maybe. No, that's not working either. Like there. Needs to be there, and then my tent needs to straighten so that it actually looks like it might be coming out of the building. There we go. Then maybe I even can get a better something here. parking that people will drive through the building to get to. That would be good. Something else there. Let's put a little park there or something. We got a little extra space. Three by two. Gravel parking lot. I have a decent parking lot. I have a playground. I thought I had. Maybe those are 2 by 3. Now let's grab all 3 of these. No. Not that one. Grocery store behind a funeral home. That's a small town to me, with an apartment right behind it. Although maybe I would argue that that deserves parking for the grocery store. But there's parking across the street. Yeah, that deserves parking. Okay. Path already. In fact, maybe I want a different something there. Let's go with a 1 by 3 and see what's here. Okay, there's that. Silly there, that's what I thought. He's fine. I like that one, okay. We can make this a little more. Something over here then. More spots for you. Park away. Then we will. Hopefully 3 by. Planter would work. Finding planters are always lovely. Maybe. We're leaving it so far. And there's a parking lot over here. It's just going to be 4 by 4. Nope. 3 by 3. Spots would at least be like closer to the building or something. It makes no sense where they're put on that asset, unfortunately. So let's line that up with there, and then maybe those will make sense at least. Somewhat. I can put some handicap in the other spots maybe too. And let's get a different one of those. tree. I want a big tree. Bigger tree. That's big enough. Okay. Like that, and then I want a privacy fence or something here. I guess we need to see how the cars come out of there first. Definitely don't want the procession here, so let's see. Cadillac hearse, yeah, sure. We'll get, no, let's go with the, not the corner van. Suburban. Get the Suburban out of this one. Let's see where the hearses come out of. That's a little better. Here too. What my traffic is now that I'm thinking about it. 75. Yeah, that's about where I expected. I think it was like 80 when I loaded the map the first time. Did you know, Dan, that having TMPE installed lowers your traffic by like 10%? Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you like just load a vanilla map just by itself with no TMP or whatever, like this is another thing that I was like watching people and I was like, how do they have such better traffic than me? And like I lowered it, like I swear to God, like I loaded this map in particular, the original, when I was redoing the map without any TMPE, and the traffic percentage was like 92%. And then I loaded it with TMPE, and my traffic percentage was like 83, if I remember correctly. And I think it was just because, you know, maybe the AI was smarter with the TMPE, so it was able to figure out like that it was a worse route, or I don't know, more individual patterns maybe. I could swear that. Either that or I was really baked. Which is always a possibility too, but. Alright, so let's move these back then to where they were. I won't need that path. Okay, I have a little bit of tree line. Yeah, did you watch any of that, the global, what was it, the Red Bull Challenge or whatever for City Skylines? Like Biffa and Conflict Nerd and was it Conflict Nerd? Yeah, in the final, right? Yeah. I think so. Oh, you haven't watched it? Yeah, I watched it when it came out, and like Biffa, is the traffic master, and he was, whatever. But he was like shocked. And I think that like even, you know, one of the judges must have been shocked too by the Spiffing Brit's traffic percentage. I think it was the Spiffing Brit. Yeah, it was the Spiffing Brit, because he always had those titles that were like, you know, City Skylines is a perfectly balanced game, you know, with no hacks or something like that. He does that on every game. It's hilarious. But his traffic percentage was like, I want to say it was 100% or something in the challenge. And nobody could believe it. And, you know, they went back and watched his build or whatever. And I think that what he had done was like connected everything with local roads. So they were all 25 miles per hour. And it basically forced everyone to use highways where the highways were. It was really weird. And it was like, you know, it was almost like the hack. And everybody was like, what's going on? And I remember Biffa, you know, because I watched Biffa stream during it. Because they all streamed it. It was like Biffa, the Spiffing Brit, Conflict Nerd, and there was 2 other people. And by God, I'm going to be really... I'm a loser for forgetting who it was, but... was Jedi in that? I can't remember. I know City Planner Plays hosted it, I think, if I remember correctly. Like he was like the, you know, the voice. Well, I think it's more of an exploit, right? Like, I think that's kind of the Spiffing Brits thing, is like, you know, no exploits. You know, that's what he says, but he really means like there's exploits in every game. I think it just made the AI like the vanilla AI, because you weren't allowed to have TMP or anything, right? So I think it just made the vanilla AI choose what roads it used a lot more wisely, and therefore would naturally raise your percentage if you think about it. Like, I mean, that is why you lower speed limits in school zones, I guess, is to get people not to drive through there. So it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, it's like, wow, okay, like I never thought of that. Never thought that would actually work. All those times that I was screaming at my screen when I, you know, was trying to play the vanilla game, and you know, I would get like that, you know, 100,000 people, and my traffic would just start falling apart, and you could never do anything about it. It seemed. Turns out the answer was right there all along. It was 2-lane roads with stop signs and. Okay, so now we're gonna carry some houses up the road. There won't be any on the highway because highways aren't zonable. Well, I did see in Cuboid's build, or no, maybe that was a British road that just looked like the highway. Yeah, I think it was just a British road. Now I'm thinking about it, have parking on it. Yeah. Okay, I think we'll have some decent houses up there. Should. Yeah, we need to take back those clusters, because I can already see that we're gonna have like clusters too close to the road, close to the houses, and all I'm gonna see is the clusters. Clusters are for fill zones that I'm gonna fly over. Okay, that's good. All right. Sure about this church here. Almost thinking the church should go. That'd be kind of neat. Although probably not practical. Oh no, let's see. The east is that way, right? Yeah, east is that way. I wonder if there's some kind of logic to where the stained glass windows sit. Well, it would have a bunch east and west, so we get a lot of sun both ways. I think we could live there. Yeah, you were going to say that too. It just... I was looking at it going, nice. Now, it's going to leave me a little bit of that to deal with, but I think I can handle that. Let's see. I think we'll put a little park below it, maybe. Maybe that'll level out too. Let's see. Enough dirt, I guess, to do the job. Alright, that'll do. That'll do, boy. I want to make that a different kind of road, though, I think. Let's see. Let's make it... Will it fit this? Be a nightmare to put parking spots on, though. I don't want to do that to myself. And we will maybe... How can we do this? Okay, we're gonna have... I got it. Okay, we'll have a little chute come up here. That Control H. And maybe we'll drag this out here so it's straight. Thank you. Okay, and then that makes the parking lot a little too long, I think. So let's bring it back to, say, there. We have a little path going up the back. Yeah, I could cover that with some walls. I was thinking overgrowth. I was going to even take the easier way out, I think. Or at least easier for me. When in doubt. Do something like that. I don't know. That's a little tall. Might need steps there. Let's see here. Hello? Oh, I'm saving. You know, I don't usually use autosave, and I should probably just turn it off because I never load from it. But the day I do that, it'll be the day that I crash and lose, you know, a couple hours work or something. Okay, let's see here. I think that actually can go down a teeny bit. Let's see. So church is actually good there, which means hill is not good. Maybe we need the path, self-leveling path. Let's see. We could go with the Propolis Nature Reserve again. We could probably go with the Propolis Zoo path. That would probably work. So if you don't know about this one, you can search Propolis. Propolis. E. It's always the E. Propolis. In vanilla. Under networks. You will get all the paths without all the repetitive stuff. of matches the church. Yeah, I don't usually use I don't usually even set up the autosave until I started streaming, because I was like, oh, the last thing I'd want is somebody to make fun of me because I didn't autosave and lost a bunch of stuff. Other than that, I would just be like, oh well, that happens sometimes. Because it always scares me, like I'm getting ready to crash. Sometimes I feel like I hit buttons I shouldn't, and therefore maybe stuff happens that shouldn't. Okay, that's not bad. You probably just pull another piece of path over there, maybe. Let's see. Nope, that did the same thing. Unless, yeah, because it just made the node bigger again. Unless I go in and add a node myself. And it's still going to look like trash. Unless I move that back. So I may just not do it like that. So I like the bigger parking lot. Let's put that there. Let's get our brush. Ploppable brush. Custom, not vanilla, please. And all sizes, please, sir. And let's just drop one of those down here. Give us some straight lines. And that works for me. That is steep. Those people going to church are like, what is this so steep for? I should make the road go the other way. Be a better road. Ugh. What happens if I get the church right up next to this puppy? Good, it starts getting ugly, but maybe, like you said, I have a wall. Ooh, I bet the hedge wall's tall enough to cover that. It just doesn't look real. How about retaining wall? I don't think the stone wall's tall enough, right? Yeah, it's not tall enough. Retaining wall, grass. That could work. underground, I guess, because the ground is messed up. Maybe I can use the terraforming network to make something better there, but I doubt it. I may just have to remove that bench. Let's see, and we should... live with that. Which means my path will probably have to go. Or at least go to the end here. Road. Right, and we'll need some bushes to fill the holes since I don't use the ploppable grass, I think. That'd be the easiest way to do it, would be some bushes. Or some tall grass, probably bushes. And not those. A little more kept, perhaps. Flowers, big leafy, that probably would work. I guess I'll have to dig it down in there. Let's see here. Alright, let's get in here close where I can see what I'm doing. Hello, Dip Potato Chip. How are you today? Good to see you again, sir. Hope you're doing well. The pound of a man with the strength on one and a very sensitive mouse. on up here. There we go, my son. Hopefully we won't see those through the wall as we drive by. We might though. I don't know. I'm doing pretty well today, I think. You know, I got up early, had a big breakfast, been building city skylines all day, so I can't really complain. It's been a good day. Weather's been decent, my allergies aren't acting up, you know, all around pretty good. So we got some kind of problem there. There we go. Look at that grass line. Alright, I think that works. Might need a little more here to make this believable though. Yeah, I hear you there. That is true. It's a good way to look at it, right? If you do that, you're always hopefully in a good mood. Okay, let's see here. I think we're getting a little... Let's see, that guy needs to come up. Stop following the train. How about that? That's a little better. Now let's see here. I think we have too many of those in there. Yeah. There. You know, I'm having a hard time seeing it. There we go. That helps. Those little ones in the corner up. There too. Yes. Okay, now I want a little fence. Prop fence, huh? Let's see. Maybe a little wrought iron or something. Let's see what we got here. That's teeny. I really don't like stringing together teeny fences. What's this one? Oh, that's like a farm fence. Well, that could work. That'll actually be glorious, but it'll also be a total pain. Is there a difference? Type 17 with lights. Lights or no lights? Lights or no lights on the church? Or here's a wrought iron one. Depends on the lights in the church, he says. Okay, here's a wrought iron one, but I think it's white, right? Yeah, that's a little too clean. That one might be dirty enough. That one might actually work there. What's that one called? Japanese Fence School 24. Okay, there's a smaller piece. Okay, good. Alright, I think we'll attempt to use it. Okay, let's see. How many am I going to need here to get the distance? I got that one. Talking, boom, and that can go away now. Oh, it's really teeny. Okay. Why is it that I can't zoom in anymore? Something in my settings is off. Come on. Huh. What is this? This is new, right? I don't remember any of this.
Remember how it started. I was lost in a dream when the fire in my heart said an open rose. I've already found sunlight,
Whoa.
feeling
What
grow. And anything sounds
Okay.
alright. I'm breaking
Alright, I understand what you're doing now. Okay. I get it.
living in the
How about,
moment in
what am I
my
trying to mess with then? Distance from target, I guess? Yeah, distance from target.
this year.
20, not 200, silly.
To start a new chapter. Ignore the tears and only write
Must be
down
some
the
settings in there that I've reset or something.
open rose. I've already found sunlight. The
Yeah, this was like at 1 before. Why is it?
and anything sounds alright. I'm breaking loose, living in the moment in my own balloon.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know there was FPS options either.
I glide across the ground and over the
Now, will you let me do what I want to do? Yes. Thank you.
and you can force me down as long as I'm open, like a rose
Yeah, I hear ya.
that already
I hear you,
found
Disco.
sunlight, feeling grows. And anything sounds alright.
Still not letting me do what I want to do. What is going on?
Living in the moment in my
Like it reset it or something. I don't understand. Come here. You come here. Whatever, I'll get negative 5.7 if it means I can get up in here. Get all up in that fence line. more piece. That'll probably be enough. Okay, let's turn off everything with the props. Big one stuff. What is going on here? Alright, now let's get it up there. Works for me. Not trying to spend all day over here. Now it's going to be a short one, I guess. Sticking through somewhere. There he is. Okay, that works for me. Now I could bring the road around that side, though. Yep, and that's what I wanted. So we need to turn this into a road. The surface needs to disappear. Is there a... That's really weird. Okay. Like there's a path attached to it or something. Okay, it flattened out eventually, huh? It's really strange. Okay, there is a pathway there. I see it. It's got to be like invisible pathway or something. Oh, there There it is, right there. Weird. Okay, yep, I guess I drew that. Yeah. Should I have it a one-way system? Yes. With parking. Okay, now I need to figure out some flowers and bushes over here. Which way is that facing? East, right? Stop. My crops first. There's another prop there. It's gonna make me angry. Okay. Now, I won't be able to put any decals or surface painter there, obviously. Do I have any prop dirt? I don't think so. No. I don't think I can do anything about it then, right? Maybe I can. Wait, what? Okay. Maybe I can. At least make it look a little darker. That's interesting enough. Something every day. Or 2 or 3 things. Yeah. We're gonna need, so that gets rid of the flowers. We still need a bush or something right back there in that corner, I think. Okay, I can get behind that. And that, so far so good. And a rhododendron, sure, why not? And we can put a rhododendron there as well. I think I dropped 2 right there. Yep. Let's draw that down so it's in the ground. Yes, it's a low rhododendron, not a giant. Oh, I touched a prop. Not a giant rhododendron. Insert the color. What else do I want? Let's lower some of those down. How about that? Okay, we need some steps. And what do we want here? Let's see if I can get those to work. Huge, they're made for PO, but I think they'll work. Steps. We'll move the church back a bit, which will require back a bit. Set those steps. Come on. Come on. Crop. Yeah, see, that's not going to work without. That's going to be a little trickier than that. Let's see. Okay, no trees. Thank you. Okay, now if I'm going to do that, one of those first of all. So far, so good there. Dan, did you load up your game and see if you were able to access the Steam Workshop like that, or is it a mod setting? There, that's got to be changed somehow. Okay. Oh, I hear you. I feel like I'm doing a pretty boring job here. Let's see. Your trees, crops. Where'd that surface? Where'd the network go? Paths. Fences. What is it under fences, right? Fences. Come on. Where are you? Are you under others? I put you down. You're other. You're not a fence. Although you are under fences. How interesting for you. What a curious life you live. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting happy. Come up. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, this is taking far too long, but we're getting somewhere. Now I need crop. Where's that fence? Crop, little fence. Where are you? There you are. Copy. That way, right? Yeah. Don't do this to me. twice. Only thing I don't like is that my steps. Can I get them? Where are you? Now you're not going to want me to grab you after all that where you wanted me to grab you? Okay, I get it. Okay. My steps are not that way. That way. Yeah, that's what they need to be. That way. Because the church was hanging off. Maybe I even want one more. No, maybe not. Yeah, that would work. Okay, and then we want like a flower pot or something there. Planter. Flowers. What will we have? Some white. And that one with a good sun down in there. The other one. There we go. Now let's get that one. The square one's not really working for me. You're supposed to help me with that box, and you're not really doing it, so you're out of there, buddy. As well. Come on. you. Good, I like that. We're gonna need some tiny green bushes, I think. Right color. Yes. Where is it? Come on. Maybe not. Let's see there. Let's bring those out. There we go. That's fine. That other one over. Put it like right there. And copy a couple more here. Yep, that works. Okay. I think it's a basic setting and find it. Yeah, I think it's one of those that's like, there's that page that says, there's the other ones that say like show instances of the object. Like I use that one too. Okay, there we go. That's better. So something wrong right there with the fencing. Catching my eye. There we go. That's better. Okay, we still haven't done the parking lot. Let's see our node controller in here and straighten the node. Of course, it made it weird. Thanks, node controller. And now there's a blue hole to the universe by my pink flowers. Same thing over here, buddy. Nope. Good over there, huh? Alright. parking field in. Oh, yes. Got lucky. And then I want handicap marker, decal. Handicap. Parking decal. I just want the one. Oh, there's the wrong color. I hate that. Okay. So we'll have to actually use the ones for the parking lot roads. And then we will mirror that. That shows me how off our parking field is too. Ooh. Go. Easy enough. Okay, so we don't really have room enough for another, but there would be something next to the church. Yeah, it looks good, right? It turned out really well. It's taken a long time though. It's taken more than I should have spent on it, considering I wanted to like build this whole community super fast, but it definitely does work. I think my whole fence system is down a little though, if I'm honest about it. Okay, let's see here if we can do this. Props, not buildings, not decals, trees, yes. Okay, now I need the nodes, nothing else. Okay. Now I think I'm good. Now I feel better. Let's see. Yeah, now there's no base of this building showing. It's getting to me. And this corner needs to be the same height as this corner. Nope, not there. Alright, that's as good as that gets. Guess unless I did this. Not that. Not the props, just the nodes, please. No, those aren't connected, that's why. Okay, I took off that one. There we go, now it looks proper. And we need some benches in there. Yeah, some of those sittable benches. That's what we need. Benches. I'm gonna turn the little thing on. It's gonna tell me that nobody can I want green or brown. Probably brown. Probably further apart. Turn it on, it's going to say that my church isn't connected to the road or something. It's going to anger me. Put these under the window. And how about another set up here? Like that, and then tree. Super fast in cities, yeah. That is a good joke. I'm so slow. I honestly sometimes feel like I'm just like watching paint dry, but I do tend to love the final result, so. Okay, so I want something like that. Let's see. What's this guy? He's huge, right? Okay, I want that guy. Living oak, you think? That's too big there. Which one's the living oak? If I have it. No. I have these oaks. Let's see. That one might work. What's this one like? That one's much smaller and uglier. Good call, Dan. See, that's one of those beams that I don't like, right? Yeah. What's this one? One of those could work. Put that there. put something here. That's too big. That's too tall. I think that's almost there. I think it needs a bush or something right back there. Or another tree of some sort. There we go. That's all I needed was a little something. Yeah, I think that's plenty. To move those, I did. Got to move those decals, didn't I? There we go. I don't want fresh mud, please. There we go. Thank you. Just want the color. I like that a lot. I'm glad we agreed to move it there. Kind of thinking the tree needs to be even further over, though. We wouldn't want to block the stained glass, right? So there. Maybe they'd have something else in there. That'll do it. Just a little one. Maybe one more little one out. No. Nope, 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 nope. More little one there. No. No, no, no. There. Yeah. Matter of fact, I may want one that size. They not up here all of a sudden? Did they sink? That happened to a bunch of our bushes? What's going on here? Yep, there they are. Probably underneath the building then. Yep. something there, just a little bush. Okay, something is playing with me back there. I don't exactly know why, but... is going on? Okay, there it is. Not you. Okay, that's one. White one. All right, now we're good. There we go. Now we're good. There. All right. Now we need to raise those up. Okay, there we go. Now we got a church. I feel like there would have been something right there too, some kind of tree. One last thing. Always one last thing. Can't I just move on? How about another magnolia? No, I don't want another magnolia. Yeah, that's true. I will. That is how it works, right? One of those. And put it hopefully right here. Of course, it doesn't want to go there. There we go. There we go. There we go. Moving on. Moving on. To probably out here. Yeah, because there's gonna have to be something there. Oh, that's a tough spot too. That'll be easy over there. Just some shrubs. I'll probably just leave that. Let's see if we can. Yeah, do that. I like that better. And maybe we can stretch this. That too, if we can. Horrible. My plants disappearing under the ground there. They are because I moved that node. Oh, that room upstairs too. Right one. Bigger one. Alright. Okay, so over here we'll have what? Not gonna have that house in the corner, that's for sure. Alright, I've had enough of these grills. There's too many of them. I've seen too many grills today. I want a grill, I'll put it in myself, buddy. What you do with that? Hey, Harris is back. How was your TV show, Harris? Okay. Let's do that there. Grab all those. Into the train height. Oh, not that. There we go. Same thing here. Okay. Make sure we don't have any floaties there. Okay, good. Family Guy, nice. Oh! Welcome back, guys. Yeah, I got beef with the grills, dude. There was just too many of them today. They were messing up my vibe after I built this beautiful church here. Yeah, I love that. My mom almost fell for that twice for my nephew. She got calls twice that said that my nephew had been in an accident, and she was like ready to help. And then she started thinking about it. She's like, wait a minute, why didn't they call my daughter? She reported one of them, but of course they didn't do anything. Trying to play on old folks is a big crime around here, around these parts. Let's get back to town. How about it? Let's see here. Maybe there'll be another dog park or something here at the end of the apartment. God knows we could use the tax revenue. Put that in then. I've gotten aggro on a couple of those callers before. I had this one guy from like Anderson Home Windows that used to call every morning, and like, even though we had him out to the house and like, you know, the price they quoted us for the windows was so ungodly that we were like, absolutely not. You know, we'd never get windows from you again. Please don't ever waste our time. And yet they, you know, continued calling weekend and weekend after weekend. It was like, you know, whoever was supposed to take us off the list, we were just getting put it back on the list every every few weeks or whatever. And finally I called the guy back and like pretended like we had changed our mind, and I got his like, you know, personal number, and I started calling him like 4 o'clock in the morning for like 2 weeks, like every night, and real quickly they took us off the list. Still remember distinctly when here in America we, you know, our Congress or whatever signed the do not call legislature or whatever. That was like if you put your name on the list, they couldn't call you for that kind of shit. And it is like the most bullshit law that ever, of any law in the United States that I've ever been associated with. It's like every day I get called by 20 people. Like, yeah, the law was for your home phone number, not your cell phone number. Now they, you know, now they just call both. They don't care. They'll just shut it down. They're not in this country anyway. They can't be bothered by our Congress. Seriously, what a joke law that was. Remember they campaigned on that and everything. No more calls during dinner time. National do not call list. I always thought it, like, I always look at those as like a total joke. Like, I remember once here where I live now, when I must have been 20, so it's probably 30, you know, probably 30 years ago, close to 30 years ago. They put out this thing on the news saying that they had found all this like state tax money that, you know, they were going to return to people. And it was all just a scam to get people to show up at the courthouse so they could hit them with all their old parking tickets. And it was absolutely hilarious. I had like 2 friends that got just like totally annihilated by it. They were like, oh, I got money back. And went up to the courthouse. I was like, nothing good ever happened to the courthouse. I'm not going to the courthouse. Like, they can keep that $50. That was before they had, you know, could track you down state to state for even, you know, like when I was young, I could get a speeding ticket in South Carolina and it would not show up on my North Carolina license, you know, for like a year maybe, you know, and that was next door neighbors. It was even worse in some states. Like if you were far away, the reciprocal state, like it just didn't matter. It's hilarious. Alright, I think that's going to be good for that corner there. Okay. back to the houses here, 2x2. College. How bad is that gonna? Oof. Okay, that's okay. That one's not. Oh no, that can't stay. No, you can't stay. Sorry. Yeah, that's too much. You can't stay either. It's out of your boat too much. Oh, that's so ugly. Okay. Go. Trees will always save the day, and then there's no room at the top. We need trees and a fence. Nature reserve fence. There. Already going to church. Okay. There. Come on. Okay, now we need some houses up here. Windows. That's funny. Maybe I should stick to the 2x2s here just to not upset the mountain. Mountain wins again. Now we can go to the 2x3 ones. We have plenty of room now. Oh. Pinky finger. Let's see, we need to move some of these around. Not that way, but that way. Okay. And we fix the hill. I had not heard about that, but you know, like I can tell you as a lot of people don't know this, but MDMA, the original MDMA, was invented by a chemist from Wake Forest University, or so they say. And he was on his way to a meeting in Greensboro, North Carolina with a pharmaceutical company when the state made it illegal. They arrested him with a large shipment of it. And he went on the run thereafter and became like urban legend in the hippie community. But he actually had a house about 3 blocks from where I grew up. And about 15 years later, a couple friends of mine rented that house. And yes, it was definitely his house. It had like an underground like lab underneath the garage out back that you could get to like under the car. It was crazy. Like it was obviously had been a secret compartment until the police found it, you know. It's crazy. But yeah, the like the first guy who did the chemical formula, I believe, was from Wake Forest Bowman Gray Baptist Hospital. And now, you know, everybody cuts it with anything they want and call it Molly or whatever, but you know, back in the day that was good stuff. Like in the 80s around here you could get, you know, weird stuff. You know, you shouldn't do, kids. Don't do that stuff. Bad for you. But, you know, like lots of cities in the United States, well, not lots, but, you know, several cities in the United States have moved towards legalization of, you know, microdosing of mushrooms and weird stuff like that. But, you know, the South won't do that because we're still mad that everybody won't buy our tobacco. So instead of just like getting on the program and growing everything for everybody else for the last 10 years, you know, we've been sitting here sulking. So I love it. I think it's fucking hilarious. So idiots don't even know that RJ Reynolds could have been the RJ Reynolds of everything else, you know? Like, what were they doing? I'm just saying. Like, get on the ball, people. Yeah, not as well. Don't do drugs. Never. Unless your doctor prescribes them. Or in the case of 30 Rock, Dr. What was it? What was the guy's name? Spaceman. Spaceman was his name, Dr. Spaceman, but he pronounced it like Spaceman. That was hilarious. Hey, Roger, how we doing, buddy? How are you today? Hope you're having another good, relaxing day like yesterday, right? What time is it? It's got to be getting close to other people ending stream, right? I think. Okay, there's that. That's enough trees on the hill. Maybe one there for good measure. Just getting a workout in. Oh, no worries, man. Enjoy the lurk. It's been a long day today. I started a little bit earlier than I have been this last week, more like what I was the first few weeks. But I also was up way too early this morning. Finish out this side of the road and get out of here for the day, but we'll see. We'll see if anybody races us with any special actions today. Hope everybody's doing okay that's lurking. Everybody, just enjoy your time. Do appreciate you guys being here. Go. Let's get a few more trees here. Do that. Not too bad. Oh, that's pretty clean. Okay, now we obviously don't need the mountain back that far, I don't think, but we might. Maybe we'll do a couple blocks up there. Who knows? All right, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I am going to slap it on the be right back screen, and I will be right back. All right, be right back, guys. Give me a couple minutes. Okay. All right, one more second, guys. I gotta return a super quick phone call about dinner. 1 second. I'll give you a view of the church that we built so far. Why don't we do that? Today's church. On the hillside, as Dan and I decided it needed to go. Fan. people on our benches. Look at that. I love the stairs too. They came out great. Yeah, super fast. Oh, so slow. How'd the coding go, Lone Bear? Well, better get that whiskey, get poured then, huh? If your mind's being numbed, you need to numb it the other way. That's what I always do, at least. My bad advice, right? Don't do that, kids. Okay, so this being turned is what's giving me an issue. Which is unfortunate, because I did like the angle. But I don't like this thing sticking out. Get it straight. There we go. And then we'll get our prop straight. Layers upon layers. Alright, that's good. Now we're good again. Really need some bushes up that now. Ugh. No desire to do that after all the other bushes around the church, so we're gonna just steal some shrubberies. Thank you, shrubberies. I'm sure that all the mind numminess is going to be worth it in the end, though, right, Lone Bear? When you're all done and... Okay. I think that because we have this dense foliage here, we're probably going to need... some over there, right? There we go, that's better. Looks like it fits. Okay. Now, the middle block. So, we have our high school parking lot. Let's see, we can get rid of the church thing. Let's get rid of my reminders now. I guess we could make that an actual park. It would increase the land value, right? Whatever. Tell you what I ate for lunch definitely had some green peppers in it, because that is the one thing that my stomach cannot take. And I am getting destroyed. I can eat habaneros, I can eat jalapenos, I can eat Anaheim peppers. I just cannot eat a basic green bell pepper, and it is the weirdest thing on the face of the earth. I eat habaneros like candy. But green pepper gives me the worst indigestion ever. Red pepper, fine. Yellow bell pepper, fine. Green pepper, I'm done. Pepper racist, that's what I am, apparently. Okay. Why can't all peppers get along in my stomach? Okay. That's a little better. I'll feed my animosity about the district zones, because I can get a little weird about that sometimes. I saw somebody else talking about that the other day. Like, I don't even like the roads going through them usually. I'll take the stuff out of the roads, but I've tried to get away from that because I can spend like days going up and down a road with the line, trying to get the line straight. And it's a little silly, right? I mean, just like I'm doing right now as I'm talking about it. Stop. Move away from the marquee tools. I do not agree with most people. Oh, I can't cut it a little close there. Okay, I think that's good right there. All right. So we still have to work up into the hill. Let's see. Should we finish that? We got to figure out what's going to go down here, right? Maybe another. Oh no. Maybe there needs to be some kind of. Let's see. What can we do? Simple. What can we do? Simple. I just spent way too much time on that park. Need something simple. Wow, you're huge. And far too glorious for this. You're going like somewhere fabulous. Oh look, you got rid of your fountain. And I can take you apart piece by piece apparently. Learn new things every day. Chili Texan style. Texas style chili, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I could get canceled by the... here's another funny story. My mom just found out, she's from Kentucky, in the hills of Kentucky. I was telling Krupp this the other night. Her family, she's from a huge family. And, her mother lived to be ancient. And she'll probably live to be ancient as well, which is a good thing, right? But she just found out that, like, the, quote, holler over where she grew up, which is Kentucky speak for the other side of the hill, there was a group of people that were discriminated upon for having blue skin. And I was curious as to whether that's like where blue bloods came from, or, Kentucky bluegrass, any of those kind of things. Like, this is an old story apparently about some family that, was totally shunned in, they were a rich, wealthy family that was shunned in Kentucky, and they, this whole town apparently, because of the shunning and the, what would then become inbreeding right afterwards. Something like that might work. Whatever. It was just a crazy story. She just found out about it. She couldn't believe that she had never known all her life that, it was an actual genetic, issue. And people did not understand. And I still am curious as to whether that had anything to do with, like, blue bloods or any of that kind of stuff, But I guess I'll probably never know, because they'd never say if it did. Because all those things are written out of. What's this one? Okay, you have a boat, but no pool. I get it. I'm feeling that. I must have forgotten something, huh? I mean, I like you without the pool, actually, but you're real cool with the pool. How about that? That looks good. So I want to move this, I think, to say, where do I want to move it? Actually, maybe I want it right across from there. Pretty park. By Rec. No, that's another of the Core 79 parks. Man, he just made great stuff. Love those. Those are good. Core 79. CORE79. He is one of my favorite little creators in the workshop. He makes all these neat little terrain conforming parks and weird, you know, parking lots with tractor trailers in them and stuff that you don't have to detail too much. They save you a lot of time, right? So, ooh, that's awful with the willows in it. And the willows, why do the willows come out of cement? Like, what kind of sense would that make? It's probably another one of his as I say that. Of course, yes. That one doesn't make sense to me. I must be missing something off it too. Something I didn't subscribe to. Maybe some garages. We still need to put in a... Yeah, I think I like that. So let's move it. Turn it sideways if we can. Okay, so maybe the park should go on this side then, and then I could put some apartments or something on the other side towards the store. Although there wouldn't be apartments that close to the high school, would there? Well, it is across the parking lot. Sure there would be. What else do we need here? We need... Okay, we're going to need gas stations at each end, right? So let's get that. Let's handle that. We need at least 2 gas stations, if not 3. America! That's why. So let's see. What haven't we used in a while? Over there we used a Love's. I think we used a Get-Go in the next town over, right? Oh. Let's get out of here for a second. Let's do our due diligence. Spread the wealth. Alright, so in this town, I think we had a Get-Go, correct, with double pumps. Yeah, big Get-Go. And no other gas, right? And we have police over there. We have prison. Prison should take care of everything over there. Okay, in this one, we have a BP. And why is the sign over here? What? What is that? Where did that come from? Okay. So just a BP there, and then at the top of the hill, what do we have? We had something up here. Another BP. So really, BP at the bottom of the hill should be something else. So you need to be... See, we have a Shell at the top, so you need to be a Texaco or something, or Texaco could work because you were the same size. same way. Okay, shell. Always the. Alright, you'll work, right? Yes. Supposed to be a car wash door. Is that what you're supposed to be? Because you should have concrete behind you if you are. Oh, and down the rabbit hole he goes. That's how it works, right? You come in to do one thing, you do another. Hide that light because we don't need a light back there, I don't think. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now we need a shell sign. Because we had great signage before. We can't do without that. There's one. We'll ignore the fact they have two different prices on them. Night, Dan. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. As always, thank you for your support, sir. Alright, so we got the shell. So we could have a Texaco in the other city, or Mapco, or the foul oil one. So Texaco. So let's see, we have a Texaco tanker we could use. We have a Texaco gas station we could use. Alright. Now we need, what else? Mapco was the other one. Okay. And then city fuel supply. We got that one we could throw down here. We haven't used one of those on this side of the city. Where is it? Fuel, maybe? Is it unnamed? I can't remember. We have the Aloha one, but I haven't used that yet, and I think it might be to Hawaii. Fuel. So, let's see. We're going to put the Texaco down near the plant because it looks the most like it'd be near the highway. At least if it'll fit, we're going to put it over here. Adjust some stuff. Let's see what we can do. Go there. And then we'll have to get the little 2-unit road or 1-unit road probably. And let's not snap into the main road. Come on. We'll draw you the other way then. Thank you. Don't snap in, but let's get to the right height. this driveway. People should actually use it. Go up, get that to that height. There we go. And get that to that height. There we go. That's better. Get that to that height too. Yeah, even better. Alright, so the other one is 3x3, so it should go down here too. It's the competitor. Go down or not? As far as you're going to go for me. That's flat. So back in the back. That's fine. What's that? Oh, that's the little railing. Whatever that thing is. I wonder. Okay, let's terraforming network. Pull that down.
I never felt tomorrow closing in this
Okay,
fast.
let's get
Guess
stone
time's
wall.
in a rush. Leaves are falling down, but at least they grow back.
Oh, I didn't want to snap into that though.
I'm on a one-way track. Now I know what it means to grow old. Yeah, now I know the time I've got, it is just enough to get by. Yeah, it is just enough to get by. Sometimes I understand I'm making all the wrong demands in life. It never pays in the end. But still I am here, moving on like before.
I don't like that.
Yearning to reach the
I
shore.
think that fence is going to work. I think it's going to have to be another one of those retaining walls, maybe.
What it means to grow
Because those have grass. Let's see, maybe the fence one, but I don't want it. Wall.
the time I got.
Oh, it snapped again, didn't it?
To get by. Oh, now I know what it means to grow old. Yeah, now I know the time I've got, it is just enough to
either. Okay. That will work. Okay, and we'll bring that out to wherever the next building is over here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess that works. Good night. Good night, Harris. See you tomorrow, maybe. Okay, so let's get a concrete brush. And extend this lot. There we go. And same over here. Same thing over here. Drive in, drive out action. Okay, we got some room there for some shops, probably some kind of food, I'd say. Right off the highway. Let's see what we got. We gotta shake it. Nope, we need a 3. Prefer them to be this way. Okay, so we got the lovely one and only back burger, I believe it is, or something, right? Sky bar in here again. Nah. Maybe, let's see, we can go with the 4x3s or the 2x3s. So what else we have food-wise? Drugstore. Just use the Waffle House. What's this one? Delta Queen. Alright, that's one of the university ones too, right? Yeah. Okay, that works. I'm fine with that. Fits, we'll use it. Okay, and then I've got one more that can be a 4x3. Well, that could finally be that Cracker Barrel we've all been waiting for. It would fit, but it's a lot of place, doesn't have enough parking. It could be a laundry. Be in the other area. What's this? A weed chop. We got here Carrabba's. That's too fancy. I think it needs to be a 3x3. What's this one? What's Los Geckos look like? It could be Los Geckos. Yeah, you can do that. Sure. Why not? It would have parking though. We'll scoot that guy over and give it some parking. 2x3. Floppable. That one and that one. To make the ground even. And I want to take the street lights off that, so we're going to use Bob. Feel free to use the counter. It is working. All right. That still doesn't feel like those are flat because they were on there before. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, it was the surface destroyed. That's what it was. So let's just make sure that there's not some weird little bump because for some reason, yeah, there was. Yep. It's always, it's weird when there's something, when there's a non-conforming asset that you put down on something like that. Weird stuff happens sometimes. Oh, there's another one I just double plopped. Alright. Make this parking lot come off that side. So the handicaps are all in the old building. Okay, that looks better. Now, I don't think there's a sign for Los Geckos. There could be. Nope. What about city fuel? Fuel. Jesus. Learn to spell. No. Okay, the Texaco tanker, though, we had that. Let me go get that guy. Okay, I'm gonna require another surface. We'll just grab the one that's here and copy it. Turn the surfaces off so we can get to the prop. Alright, let's do this again. Old tricks are the best tricks, right? So let's get a, what are they called? Grate. Ground. First, let's line them up. How about that? And then we'll get them to the ground. And then where's that hose? We had a hose. Perfect, but it'll work. Without PO, we do what we do. If I can make that smaller. Oh yeah. Love it. Now it even looks better, okay. Let's see if we can get a little bit less hose without it coming out the other side. Yeah, I like that. Thank you. And now we need a decal for some oil. Let's put that on the other side too so you can see it from the road. There we go. And then we need, let's see, puddles. And tire marks. Okay, that'll work there. You know, Seabrooks, I just thought about something. I bet Wookie's not having a good week because of all that construction at the what is it? The rest stop on 40, right? It's probably slowing down all the trucks. So they're doing all that repaving nonsense. When I went through there yesterday, it was a mess. Yeah, they are. It's because we don't pay any tax dollars. South Carolinas are worse, though. Yeah, exactly. South Carolinas are worse. As I just said. Yeah. So true. Yep. South Carolinas are worse because they pay even less taxes. Sometimes you got to pay taxes, guys. That's the lesson to be learned. It sucks. But one way or another, you're going to pay for it. They're going to get you sooner or later. South Carolinas are so bad. Like the minute you crossed from like TKK, Rock Hill, it's over. It's like boom, 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 boom. Especially like I used to go to those golf courses down there in like Lancaster and stuff. Play golf sometimes on the weekends with my friends. And man, those roads were awful. Yeah. Exactly. That's the thing. They would use it for everything you don't want it for, and the one thing you need, one thing that would actually touch your lives is the, you know. You tell the people in Charleston they're getting a new bridge, they'd be happy, you know. They already did that themselves, though, there. They were forced to. Alright, what are we going to put in here? Okay, that's good for there. We're going to need something here to make this make sense. Fence. Fence would work. I don't know what that deal is. Okay, so it's got to go down. Is that what it's trying to tell me? I don't understand sometimes. What is there? Is that a terrain network or something? No? Some nonsense. Blue hole to the universe. Is that what it is? Yeah. I thought I did this yesterday, but just in case I didn't. No, that's even higher now. What the? Okay, stop that. That's the train network that I used back there. That's what that was. Yeah. Right there. No longer need. Yeah, but okay. I get the workers thing. I get that. But here's my thing. Like, in 1960, the Eisenhower administration built the entire interstate in 2 years. And they have been working on my stretch of I-40 for like 4 years because they work on it like twice a week. And they never work on it at night, which is when they'd actually get the stuff done. It's just basically it's about like you got to spend the money this year or you don't get the money next year, so we got to take our time. We can't do this. I had a friend that was on the road crew as a flagger in Oregon, and they said that exact thing. They were like, well, you know, we could get it done, but if we do and we don't spend all the money, then we're not going to get that money next year. You know, we might need it next year. And that's a sad way to look at it. That's often what happens. But, I mean, you can't tell me they can't build that stuff faster. Like, they could. They just choose not to. No, that's true. I went into the trades. But, yeah, that's true. Like that along there. I'm gonna do that. Except for maybe I want a warehouse there. Yes, warehouse. Will the warehouse fit there? Probably not. Yeah. Which is funny because, you know, like what does night have to do with, you know, what has to do with is the fact that night, you know, oh, you going to HVAC? That's funny because I was going to go on a HVAC rant earlier. I may have $1 million idea for you, Roger. No, anyway, excuse me for the cough. That's funny. So, you know, what costs more since COVID about, you know, doing the work at night? Nothing. That, I mean, that's all it is they just saw it as an opportunity to save money, right? So they're like, oh, it costs more because we pay the night crew more. So let's cut the night crew. Okay, so warehouse will not fit there. Unless I do one of these, maybe. Yeah, we could do one of these. Let's see. Maybe. So Roger, here's my odd rant about HVAC that I was going to make when I came back from the bathroom a minute ago. So I live in one of those houses that basically was designed poorly, and the cooling system does not work properly on the 2 floors. You know, it's a split level house, and it's one cooling system. Really, it should have been designed with dual. It should have had dual cooling systems, probably dual thermostats at least. But the problem is like in the summertime, the basement is freezing, right? Because all the air conditioning blows out the basement and the hot air rises, so the basement is just constantly like, the downstairs rather, the bottom level is like so cold, and the upstairs is like never gets cold. So it's like, you have to you have to adjust the thermostat, right? So I was like, oh, too bad that they haven't just made like a reversible blower for your air conditioning system or whatever, so that you could like, because one way it goes in a circular system, right? So if you blew it the other way and the top and all the cold air went in the top during the summer, it would cool the top. I don't know. It's just one of those stupid things. I was like, oh man, it's like one of those ideas somebody goes to Shark Tank with and they tell me stupid, but it would be funny. A mini split. What we need is a guy who would try to rip us off. I got so mad the other day because I wanted to get a part of the concrete driveway widened for my mom, because she has a hard time getting around the corner in her car. And so I was thinking I'd get it widened. I was like, oh, that'd be a nice birthday present. Yeah, well, they won't come out just for that. They're like, no, we don't need to do that job. Yeah, it wouldn't work well. Yeah, that's what I figured. There needs to be something. I mean, there needs to be a way to like add a second thermostat and like be able to like switch the thermostat off, like the one off upstairs in the summer, so that it would register the downstairs. Although that wouldn't really matter, because all that would do is make the downstairs livable and the upstairs still a scorching inferno, right? So. But I'm downstairs, so I don't care. I'm freezing. I have to wear long pants in the summer. There we go. That looks like it's used. We get a few trees in here and a fence along there. Yeah. I figured it was something that would not work. But it's too bad that they can't design them like that they would work like that, right? Revolutionize air conditioning. I want just a plain, security fence. Bring it down to about there, maybe. No. Like that. Yeah, it's unfortunate how nature works. For sure. Okay, we need to put that on a good. What does this need? This needs... five different units. Oh god. See, that's so expensive, right? It's like we just did the, just did the system a couple years ago, and they were like, "Oh, you want 2 systems?" And she was like, "No." And now I'm here, and I'm like, "Jesus, yes." It's like either pay to get another air conditioner, or I, wear long pants and socks inside in the summer, which is ridiculous to me. Or we switch floors each season, which is also equally ridiculous. So I guess I'm stuck in pants. I need like heated floors, like they have heated, soccer pitches. Okay, so what does this guy need? He needs plain timber and paper. I say we put this on the unique factory products because he should have plenty. I also wanted to switch up this guy and see if we can get the barges coming up here again. Let's see, what do we have this on? Fish. One on commercial products. Balanced. And let's get some barges coming our way. Yeah, basically it's the thermostat's like in the hall upstairs. It's a shitty spot, totally. It's like not even on the cold side of the house or the warm side of the house. It's like nowhere. It's literally probably the worst place it could be. It's the typical American split level garbage. Oh man, that's awful. At least mine's not that bad. I do have a fire alarm that's like that every time I cook, anything on the stove at all. Alright, we are about 6 hours and 30 minutes in, so let's see. I need to do this little block here that doesn't have trees on it, right? Not that. It's at 1%. is here. Lobbied for that. Let's see, we need a couple trees. I must have missed this block. There's a couple holes there. Road. And another. All right. And let's grab one more there. Yeah, mine used to happen all the time, and then I finally got her to disable the alarm service till I leave. Started complaining about the prices of Netflix going up or whatever, and I was like, hey, how about we disconnect the alarm instead for $40 a month, since I'm here all day streaming. We need another tree there, but it's got to be a big tree, right? It's going to be one of these. Maybe the one place that the baseball players hate to catch the ball. There we go. We could do another row of those right here to save the cars from being destroyed constantly. Oh, speak of the devil, there goes the air conditioning. I'll be freezing in a second.
It's over now, so don't despair. The world could fall down, it's gonna be okay. The sun could go out, we're gonna be okay. Before the blue skies fade to gray, we're gonna be okay.
About there, I think, yeah. God, is that tree actually in that asset? It can't be in that asset. Oh, wow. Holy tree. Thank you, Bob. Another one in this one, too. Not two. There we go. Now it looks better. Alright. Looks about even. Good enough. Okay. Let's see here. What's left? Still this block. So we got the garages, we got the park. I need to make the park look like it fits. Back and forth. Businesses, gas stations, businesses, now back to here. stations are done. Cannot forget that I need this little area done. So we need, what, a fence or something to make this look like it fits right. Let's go with the got a nice church there. We could go with the park fence. Night, Lone Bear. Night, good night. Thank you. That's not the fence I want. That is. On this side somewhere. Do that in a minute. We'll do it this way. Let's see, where do we want it? There. Sure if it'll go all the way over there or not, but for now we'll go ahead and put it down. Let's connect that, make it look connected at least. Wow, it got ugly real fast, didn't it? Okay. Guess I don't need that node. Alright. Now what? We're going to have something here, so we might as well just end the fence right there. Yep, end the fence right there. Right there. Straight. Okay, that's fine. Alright, now we need... We just want to have another one of these. Do that. Have something else that's kind of lazy. I'm feeling kind of lazy though, to be honest. Let's see what else we can do. What can I use over here that I don't have planned? No, I don't want to do that here. Too large. Ooh, maybe. What does that look like? I hate it. fire. Huh. Is that a corner one? That's pretty cool. I don't think so. Not here. Not feeling it. Those are way too big. Yeah. Okay. Can you live off eggs? Probably. I mean, eggs and water, I guess. Probably. If you really wanted to. I could do something like that. Let's see. About one of these apartment complexes. Yeah, let's do that. What sizes were these? These are different than these, and these were 3, right? Yeah, okay. That's what I want with the parking on it. We have that something there to make that look like that road went through. Do that instead. Stay on the node. We can do this. Should we turn that guy that way too? Maybe save a little room. Let's see. Here, right? Yeah. But this one's a small version of that. Let's do that instead. Let's put 2 of those there, there, and there. People. Put a path in there. Yeah, okay. Path. Maybe we can finally get one in that has trees on it. I doubt it. Already feeling like it's not gonna fit. Yep, not gonna work. There we go. And we got a 2x4 for parking. Which one do I want? Diagonal. Okay, and then we have 2x1. What's up, Cruft? Welcome in. Harris was very upset you weren't here today. He needed you to time him out, he said, because he hadn't been bullied in a while. So Cuboid took care of it, but it did. Yeah, Seabrooks paid for it. He said he was like, "Where's Cruft? I haven't seen him in a couple days. I'm missing him bullying me." It was pretty funny, actually, I gotta say. All right, we're gonna cement that in so I don't feel the urge to turn that into some sort of flowers, because we've already done what we've done today, and yeah. So I always get lost in the nature of it all, right? Okay, that should help that. So I need to finish that little park there. Gruff, you want to see? We built this lovely church today. And I plopped houses for about an hour, and then I spent about 2 hours building this church. But I love the steps. Look at that. Oh, no PO there, baby. Oh, love it. Oh, it's so good. They're sitting on that side too. Love it. Visiting the dead relatives. Enjoy yourselves, people. But we built it up on like the retaining wall network. So I really liked it. We had it down where I'm building right now. Like it was down here, and I was like, maybe it should go on the dead end road. And Dan was like, I think the same. Exactly. I think it's beautiful. Gorgeous. It challenged me to use the retaining walls and the networks and get that stone in there. Oh man, the stairs look so good. And that's such a huge stair piece. Like it goes all the way down to there. I mean, obviously it's not functioning, but I could probably. You can't elevate the invisible path, I don't think. Anyway, yeah, we did that, and we did a lot. We're getting there. It's starting. It's starting. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I think it does too. It's like it was chiseled in there. This is, we're in the back corner. Trying to get this filled in today. This was the goal today, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen because we're already hitting 7 hours. So I don't know. I was thinking I might do 12 if it took it, but I would have to get some dinner at some point. But yeah, I'm basically trying to fill that in. I was hoping we could get this done today, and I could get the couple things I want to finish in Harrisville tomorrow. That'd be Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, and then I'd be done with this side of the map. Then next week, and then the week after, we could move over here, and then that would leave us downtown. I also thought that if I got this and this done by the end of the week, that would give me some hella great cinematics from this exit to that exit of the map. Yeah, dude, I gotta save downtown till last, bro. Can't. Yeah, I'm not doing it. Golf course is happening, bro. Golf course is gonna happen, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm not looking forward to it though. You'll see when we get there. That's going to have to be like a Monday build, the golf range. The shooting range is coming tomorrow. That's why I want to get up into Harrisonville tomorrow. Um, golf course, whatever. It's gonna be no fun. Golf course will have to be a Monday build because I'll have to spend the weekend like playing with it. But I don't have to have the golf course for cinematics because it won't light up, so it won't matter. You won't be up there for the cinematics. Okay, so we got to finish this block here so that we can get closure on this block, and then we can move up here and do a couple more blocks of housing, and then we'll get closure on that block. That should probably take us to the 8-hour mark. And then if I needed to, I could leave that side till tomorrow and do that side and probably the rest of it. Well, I forgot I was going to build a big neighborhood up here too, right? Because it's flat. Yeah. So yeah, it'll definitely take into tomorrow, because if I'm going to build up the neighborhood here, since we're so short on people, I was going to build something up there too. Oh, and I still have to build Elizabeth too. Oh, forgot about that. Oh, I don't even know anymore. It's been years since I played golf. I still have a set of gloves, but I think my best round was like, I want to say I almost was like, I think I hit like an 82 at Lancaster on Easter one year. Or not Lancaster, it was, oh, there's one down there on a lake near in Lancaster. It was designed by like Fuzzy Zeller or somebody, and it's super easy to play. Like the first hole is like a par 4 that should be a par 3, and it's downhill, and the bank like rolls you right in the green. It's like the best way to start a course. It's so good. I played 2 rounds one Easter there and shot pretty well, but I haven't played golf in years because I ran out of time. That stuff gets too expensive. You don't go all the time, you're no good. Okay, let's see here. We need some trees in here. We need some of these same bushes and flowers. So let's see what we got. We got Bob, tell us. Garden cluster red, camellia shrub peach, and red, leafy full, leafy reg. So red. That's not it. Garden shrub red, is that the one? No. Garden cover red. No. Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Let's put a couple down, get an idea of what we want to do here. So I think we're gonna over the fence. Gruff, with the timeout Harris thing, like a mod has to do that, right? A mod will always have to do that. I don't think there's any way we can make that happen in the Firebot that I know of. But yeah, I was thinking that. So what you been doing all day, Gruff? Did you have a good day, or were you sleeping? Because I know you were up early this morning. I didn't know if you had still been up from last night, or up watching the Americans and movies. heard another one. Okay, we have 4 there, we have 5 there, and this is equidistant, so we need one more in here. Yeah, oh, paid feature on Me 6. Oh, it's Me 6. Oh, okay. I thought that was an old Streamlabs thing that we had done. I couldn't remember. I thought it always that it required either you or, you know, me or somebody to kick him, right? Or time him out, rather, I should say. I guess it's the proper nomenclature. Right through that fence now that I put that there, though. Let's turn it that way. Maybe they won't. Okay, can we get a gazebo in there? That would be cool. Yeah, I hear that. Went in for like 3 hours and he came. Oh yeah. I didn't know you. I know you. You seem like you've been up late working on billboards and stuff. So, excuse me. I'm gonna have to break that, or it's gonna be too far away from the road to count without a gate park entrance. So let's just do that here with the network multi-loveliness. Boom and boom. Bye-bye. That means I don't need this path. That means I can back that up from the road a bit. And maybe put a decal in there. What is that going to be? An SFK or something? SFK. Decal. No. Driveway. I can't remember whether they're under driveway. No. DK. DK. Yeah, I think that's it. Yep. It's a little the wrong color though, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Little decals won't fix. Don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. Not one bit. How about the big suburbs ones? Well, they're at least the right color. That one's not. Let's see. Both over. Come on. There we go. Okay, that works for me. Let's move that bush. Nope, not that. Not the decals. let's move these in around there, and we'll put tree. The other spot, maybe. Okay, so there'd be two there, and then we'll have a tree there, little tree there, a couple little trees out here. Okay, what about those camellia shrubs? We had those, right? Yeah, I've been up since 6. I started at like noon. I had my coffee and stuff, and then, I don't usually drink coffee. I had coffee and stuff, and that made me require to eat breakfast. And then once I ate breakfast, that was good. I had a light lunch, so I definitely need some food at some point here soon if I keep going. Okay, so there's 3 of those. Let's see, we need a couple more of those down here. Probably we'll line the wall with those on this side. How about that? That'll work. We could do a little section on the same over here. Let's see. And now I need the peach ones. Oh, I just dropped like 3 of those right there. Each. Did I put enough there? Yes, that's enough. This fence is going to be in the way. They're going to walk through it. Which means they're probably going to walk through that as well. So let's put it there. Wait, what's that? Does the animation thing work? Yeah. It did. It worked earlier, right? I know I saw it. We tested it at the beginning of the stream. People are going to walk through that too. Yeah, it works. It works, and the widget worked. I told you, like, it was the weirdest thing, like that. All I did was do the exact same thing we did the night before, and all of a sudden it worked. Goes to the machine. I guess that's just how it happens sometimes. Probably didn't install it right. I probably had two of the stupid things open in the background or something. From triple clicking everywhere. Yeah, Bob counter. Out of work Bob counter. That's all right. Seabrooks, I don't know if he showed you, but he's been working on a billboard for his future company. Okay, I think that's simple and works there. Okay, so, oh, we need some more peach ones over here, right? Peach one. Yes. Okay, and then we need a couple of these bushes again. Let's go right there and there. There and there. Make that a little bigger. There, over there. Go back to the corner. A little more of you for there, there. It looks like the red ones are buried in there. Let's see here. Okay, like that. Needs one right here. A little too much. There we go. That's beautiful. Okay, I like that. We're gonna need a couple more of these green bushes over here. We got one there. Odd number. Put any trees, but we don't need them. That's fine. And flowers instead. It's a lovely little park. It'd be even better if it didn't have the playground in it. But that's okay. That is beautiful across from that. That's definitely the shot for today, right? These two. Let's see, how would it go? It would be like that. No, that doesn't really show the wall in all its beauty, though. Perhaps that. I need the steps in there. Oh, that's it, right there. The tree must go. Let's get a shot right now while we're here. Like the background being empty, though. Oh, I don't want the empty background in it. That means I have to stay and build that. Did I delete the end of the stream yesterday? What do you mean? No, I made a highlight yesterday. I thought. I tried. If it cut it out somehow. I didn't really do a proper wrap up because it was kind of a weird. Oh, well, it shouldn't. That's weird. Can you look at it in the video editor and see if it's still there and I've like stopped it earlier or something? I don't know. That's weird. 7:20. Wait, I didn't stream for. You mean 7:20 at night? Was it 7:20 at night? I thought I was done before then. I can't remember. Can't remember what time I left. I know the first highlight I made was like 3 hours and something long. And I was like, nope, that's not right. And then I went in and fixed it. And I checked the highlight, but I didn't check to see if that did anything to the VOD. Okay, let's go here. Oh no, let's go build over there so I can get that screenshot. I'll come back tomorrow and do that. And get this done. $7 hours? I don't think I was here 7 hours yesterday. Oh, okay. That's one of the old ones that like got shut off or something, right? I don't remember. I don't know. I could have very easily. I had a huge headache yesterday. I was not in a good space by the end of the stream. I'd been up way too long and driven a couple hours in the car, which I apparently inherited from my father. That, you know, driving in the sunshine makes me tired. I can drive all night long and not have any problems, but if I drive in the sunshine, it's like within an hour I'm wanting to take a nap. It's like sitting under a tree or something. Mapco with this into town. Need another surface. Okay, and then we will do what? This. I know what I should have done there. I should have done that. So it is there from yesterday. All right, I didn't mess it up. I mean, my highlight's not right. I could do a better highlight. I definitely messed that up a little bit, I think. I was trying to cut it right before I said something stupid. Oh, no worries, dude. My Twitch bugs out on me all the time. Okay, so I need some bushes right there. Actually, I think I might put the sign over there. Map code. All right. The bush. Got a little bit of grass. A little bit. I mean, a lot as usual. These are bushes, not grass, but they look like grasses compared to the other bushes. Works so far. Couple leafies in the middle, we'll just make it easy. Yeah, that's fine. See ya. Digital sign, you don't have to get up there to change any prices. I don't want to hear any whining. Okay. So that's good. I think we would be some tire marks there. Come on, don't do that. Where are you? There you are. Back parking lot, yes, yes. A little bit of this action, turning in probably in a couple places. And of course turning out in a couple other places. Back there. And then one skid marks. Maybe another one in the back. Parking field. Okay. Then we want stains. A lot of little age. Okay, there we go. Now that looks used. Alright, we're good there. We need it's already got a dumpster. Okay, so across the street here. What kind of town is this? We have some apartments already. Let's do. I know what we can do. I did this once before. And I liked it. Let's see. Maybe. Finish this area so I can get the screenshot. I can't give up on that road. I gotta figure out what's going on here. Okay, what do we not have here? We don't have a fire station. We don't have a police station. Well, we got the prison. I don't think we need another police station beside the prison. Prison works as a police station, right? Or does the prison only transfer... Does the prison only take transfer guests from other police stations, right? Okay, we saw the car come out over here. I don't even understand why it has this footprint. What is this next to it? Why do I have to have that there? We're not leaving that there. We're putting something over that. How about 2x6 maybe? Oddly make a bunch of sense to have that there. So with that. Will the surface work over that? Okay, so the commands does work. Okay, that's what I thought. Tree there. It's awful looking. Needs to be taller than that. That. I don't like blood red or something, I think. It did one of the cinematics, yeah. Well, no, it was his. It was the one behind it. I thought it was his. It took like a half hour to get to it to see, but the one behind it burnt down, so it ruined the shot. Then I had another one where I had opportunity. I thought I was gonna. I had another one where there was another fire, and I thought I was gonna catch both the fire truck and the fire helicopter putting out the fire like perfectly in the cinematic, but it went by right in time. I was so mad. I was like, oh, that would have been perfect. Like Heroes of New Wagers Bay. You can just see it. But now. Okay, so we have this shady gas station, and we should have some houses over here. Let's keep using the college ones, I guess. Might as well. It's not broken over here. Oh. We're not going to get up the hill from this corner. Get that on the other side, and that was enough of that. Portland flat style houses. I gotta figure out what's going on here. Side. This one's not. Straight as possible, please. Thank you. Okay, so alright, I like that because this will give us an opportunity to have 3x3 houses here with the back to the road, I think. Yeah, don't have to do them and then turn them around. Excuse me. Okay. We can put the fence down the road. Hold on one second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Life is full of interruptions today, for once. I'd rather have something that... What was that? Very weird. I could have sworn that that went down. Work. Houses, not jobs. Alright, now we need to do 2x2s on this side so they're not completely repetitive on the other side of the street. This one's facing the wrong way. Way too many of that house. I can tell by the tree. That's the same. Yeah. Now we can get the 2x3s back going. guys. Back street, they're gonna have to all be 2x2s. Guys. And line them up and copy them. And let's put them like, say, there. We'll take these three. Set all those as we moved around all weird. Okay. Should be that straight. Alright. Is my screenshot good yet? Can I move on to a different area? Not quite yet. Hit the hill line there, don't I? Well, maybe. A little further. A block on each side, maybe. Alright, what do we got here? We got the road. The road. That's the wrong side. That. Okay, so we can go back to the big guys. That. about choose? How about we try that? Alright, we're probably going to go further up the road here. Why wouldn't they? Like that, probably. Can we get there? Looks like the layout, I think. Except for some stuff in here, probably. Let's go like that, and I don't think that'll matter which somehow, yeah, it will matter to me. Who am I kidding? Okay, now let's grab this guy, one-way road, and wait, yeah, boom. Nodes there and there. We'll come get our road that we took the lights off of. No parking grass. Nice, perfect. Okay. There should be a road right there too, somewhere. That was. You know you want to put a big tree. You wanted 2 minutes ago. It is. If I tried to put it somewhere that it didn't want it, it would give me the huge tree that I wanted. Congratulations for being predictable. Okay, nothing up there. There would be a corner house, though. Leave that. Let's put in a couple trees here, and then I'll move in a corner house and move those trees around. There we go. That is way too big. level. If I did want to end soon, is there anyone out there to raid? Craft. Because I feel like I could finish up this little part here probably in like one row on this side of the house. But I could also maybe go make a sandwich and keep going. What do you guys think? Anybody have any opinions? Got stuff they got to do. Okay, where's my corner house? Let's go get it again. Bob. Tree, gotta go. You has got to go too. Your little upgrades. Little upgrades pinging around. We'll move in. They're like, oh, we got jobs in New Agers Bay. Let's go. These jobs are waiting for us. Hey guys, I appreciate you guys being here. Anybody that's still here, thank you. Everybody's having a great day, night, whatever they're doing. Maybe go up a block in there, couldn't I? I don't know. Yeah, I could. That I think will work. The hill's all weird, right? So that's fine. It's just weird because it's on the weird curve. Button. Okay, excuse me. Frog in my throat. That's looking good. Let's look at that tree in the house right there. Be somebody at the end of this street too. Let's see here, what do we got? 9, 10. Okay, so it's divisible by 2. Let's go back to the 2s then. Let's see here. So I want that to go 3. Okay. Let's do something like that. Okay, that works. And then let's see, what do we have? That's 1 by 2 that can fit in there. Anything? These, yep. Boom, boom. Miyagi side yards. Go. And trees. Oh, down on students. Okay, that looks good. I like that. Let's get this street done because I don't think I'm going to get this whole neighborhood done today. I'm getting tired. Hungry. So let's see how much space we have on this side. Those are pretty big, so that's good. 2x3s again, 2x4s. And let's see, right there I want to do something different, so I'm gonna see them. This one, right? One of these. I think it was. Is it that one or is it the other one? Are they the same? I can't remember. Yeah, they're the same. Okay, so we did this. Is what we did. Let's see. Those two beside each other like that. And then we're going to copy them. Drop them in right next to them. And again. Okay, and then we are going to grab that whole row. Art isn't lined up apparently. Oops, wrong button. There we go, line up. And now let's copy them. Okay, and then we got to bob those. Somehow it still has a little green tree on it. Okay, that works. I like the wooden looking ones better than the colored ones though, so we're going to get rid of the colored ones. Works. That works. That works. Okay, so then we need to bring the little road there. Wait, something right there. Which way are those roads supposed to go? Other way. now we're fixed. Except for that road's still wrong. Why is that whole road wrong? Okay, all those roads are right. That road's right. That road's right. That road's right. This road is wrong. Let me know if you got any questions about any of those mod lists, buddy. Any of those mods on there. If there's anything on there you're using for the first time, if I can help you, I will. A lot of them I don't even know how to use, honestly. Okay, there we go. Now we're on the right side of the road, right? Everywhere, everywhere. Yes. No. But there's not. Not. That one's not. It's still not. Okay, now it is. Okay, so this should be the other way. Yes, and this should be the other way. Boom. Yeah, now they're on the outside to there. Yep, okay. Alright. I want to do more of this. So we're going to catch more of these. Copy those. And we're going to repeat that there. In between there, we're going to put a big parking lot road. Hopefully. Yes, yes. And we can probably change this to a big parking lot road too then. Okay, and let's get them straight. Let's see what we're gonna have to do here. Okay, let's see if we can get rid of the what can we do there? Let's do wait, the trees are on the gravel. They're fine. They're close. They're close. This side's not fine though. Okay, so what do we have to do here? We gotta move this road a little bit. Yeah, I think we're just gonna move it all. Okay, that should give us enough room to do what we want to do. That there. And those. turn this end road into a little 1U. Yeah, that's good. Okay, now, where did that tree go? Okay. You don't get a tree or something? Are you an unhappy house? Why are you the only one without a tree? It's so weird. Oh, because it's 88%? Jesus. Super weird. Parking in. Okay. Mirror it to the segment. Straight, not quite. There we go. Okay. These couple blocks, I think. What do we want here? I think we might want more of these. Let's see. Is that going to get too much? Get on the grid. Good. It's going to be here. A couple more businesses, maybe. Okay, I think this will be another row of these. Let's see. let's get a path to put down there. Now let's get the 2x2 college houses back. Copy. Thank you. Don't like that. Come right off there. Is it going to ruin my little cul-de-sac? Kind of. I can back it better when they're back to back, though. Maybe I need something there that's like 2 by whatever. To make me feel better about that. Or I could do this. It's even worse. Eight, 2 by 8, 8 by 2. It's 5 by 2. Five by 2, 5 by 2, 5 by 2. It's like they're trying to tell me something. So 5 by 2. I just don't like that. That's all there is to it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like it. Gotta go out. Gotta go. Bye. 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 Try this again. Let's try this over. Let's see. I need space for 2, so it's not snap to the road. So I can get to the middle there, I should be okay there. Okay. And then come on, stop that. Let's go the other way. Thank you. Stop. Stop. Grab the grid right there, please. Thank you. Out light because we got all those lights over there. Maybe we'll do the same thing here. Let's see. See if we can do this again. That is wrong still. That one is wrong. Go. Going to want to go which way with this again? So we came from that way before to get it on the outside. So I think we'd go this way, right? Let's see. Yep. go with those. Yes. Parking's on the outside. Yes. Okay, so we have, what is that? 7 by 5. 2 7 by 5 spots. Do we have anything that's 7 by 5? 5 by... These are, aren't they? No way. Never use those. I don't know if I want to though. Lazarette is 7 by 5, of course. And Angel Death. He would fit in there, but that's a wrong spot. That'd be funny. As with that. People would not like it though. They would revolt. That has to be in the campus area. Word on Seabrooks. I don't have much longer to go anyway. I appreciate you being here. Have a good night, man. Tell Wookie I said hey. Yep, a little better park. Okay, so then what are we gonna have here? Yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? Let's see, unless we have another parking lot, in which case it should be this way, not the other way. Hungry. All right, so we got what, 6 by 3 or 4. That's too long. That'll work. Let's turn the park then. How about that? Turn the park that way, and we'll turn that way as well. No, we won't. We'll leave that way. Come on. Always got to be a struggle with the surface painter. That's easy enough. Let's put up a fence there. How about it? Maybe not. We don't want them walking, going across all that, if they will. Yeah, why not? Okay. So that leaves this block back here, and then I can take my picture and go eat. Jeez. Okay. Not what I wanted to do. Still not what I want to do. Come on, go to the other street. Okay. He's done. Parking in over here. Okay, so then we need that, and that to mirror to that. Kristen. This needs to be changed still. trees to put in later, that's fine. Do is we bring them down that way. All of them. Down as well. Some room or something in there to block the street. Want some kind of this fence. So look good. Alright, that's good, I think. That's a lot of stuff. Let's unpause and let some people move in there. Okay. I really powered through that, huh? Alright, so we got our built townhouse complex. Alright. Check my picture here. Oh yeah, looking good now. I think. Right, and let's go night here. All right. Alright guys, I think that's about it for me for today. We didn't get the whole city built. We got over half, I'd say. Middle Hill in progress. We got a beautiful church. We've got a start of a nice town. We've got a little bit of industry. We've got our traffic jam for everybody moving in. We have a lovely church and park that is really the showcase of today's build. I think it's lovely. It's another screenshot right there, I think. Yeah. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it and liked what we were doing today. You know, not everything can be, highly detailed and stunning, but the places you do make highly detailed and stunning, just make sure that they really stand out to you. Until tomorrow, I am AntiTarheel. Let's see, we got to find somebody to raid. Please come back, like us on YouTube, join us on Discord. The map and the mods list is in the workshop. We have another project coming in June. Please follow, like, and subscribe on YouTube. That would help us out a lot. And once again, I want to thank the followers for today. Yoon Mini, thank you very much. Real Dexy, thank you very much. And Jonah Surreal, thank you very much for following. We appreciate it very much. Come see us again tomorrow, guys. We'll probably be on around noon. Let's go Caves. We haven't done Caves. Caves Gaming. Let's go to Caves. Thank you guys. We really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your night. He's going to take you over to Caves now. We'll be back in Middle Hill tomorrow and maybe on to Harrisville if we can get done. See you guys. Thanks so much.